Hi everybody, Renegade 67 and or 68 here with some more Let's Play Stream Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works of the blind variety. Last time we were in the beginning where it seemed like Shiro was a Shiro. Because he's just the beginning Shiro. He's the beginning Shiro, not a committed Shiro yet. Now we're in Timeline 2 Shiro, who seems to be more smarticle, possibly post-character development of Timeline 1 Shiro. It really feels that way. But let's re-feel it, because I technically haven't gotten to the part where we feel any of that yet. The wind is strong today. I really am curious about the whole dovetailing, even though he's supposed to have used a command spell. At some point I might look into that, but I'll do it way later if I am going to. The wind is strong today. The clouds drift and the moon appears for a brief moment. The silver light that shines in the shed lights up the girl in knightly form. And it also makes me wonder, because that choice was always there from the Fate timeline. That choice was always there even before I beat the first Fate timeline, yet this really does feel like post-character development. And if that's the case, then I shouldn't be able to do that one first. I'll have to figure that out at some point. Maybe it becomes a but thou must if you haven't actually done the playthrough yet. The silver light that shines in the shed lights up the girl in knightly form. Ellipses. I'm speechless. My Shiro boner activated. Not because I'm confused by the sudden turn of events, but a loss for words because this girl's overwhelming beauty. Girl stares at me emotionlessly with her jewel-like eyes. Are you my master? Anatawa. She says in a valiant voice. Master? Bashan? No, never. I only repeat back her words. I don't know who she is, who she's talking about. All I know is that this small girl is the same kind of being as the man outside. If you haven't completed the first timeline 1 share can't deal with what happens in timeline 2 and bad shit happens. Well, I don't know, it just feels like but thou must, where it probably would, because if it's a bad ending, it would be a bad ending we're locked out of. That's a Taiga dojo we're locked out of. I wouldn't want that. I think it's more like, I mean, unless it dovetails to become the same bad ending that's a different bad ending. I just don't know what bad ending it would, like, combine with. So I think, to me, it's more likely that it just ends up being a but thou must in that situation, but I don't know. Small girl is the same kind of being as the man outside. Ellipses. The girl says nothing and just stares at me silently. How can I put this? The figure in front of me is so special that I forget the situation. The man outside can come and attack any second. The man. Time has stopped just around me. The fear of death has disappeared and only the girl fills my vision. Servant Savro, come forth in response to your summons. Please give me an order, master. She speaks again. The instant I hear the words master and servant. You know, for someone who asks for an order, you don't actually wait for it. You go fight Lancer without even getting the order, which I guess is just to, protect your master. But, if you're going to ask, you could at least, either don't ask in the first place, or... I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just being sassy. Resist the saber-sexual in Shiro. There's got to be at least a little bit. Like, even in the timeline where we go become the saber-sexual, it's not like the pre stuff with him having some feelings for Sakura and Rin doesn't exist. It still definitely does. The instant I hear the words master and servant. A pain shoots through my left hand. It's like a hot iron has been placed on my hand. I grab my left hand instinctively. That must have been the signal as the girl quietly nods her lovely face. Lovely face. From this time forth, my sword shall be with you and your fate shall be with me. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, I didn't actually give you an order there. All you did was see the thing that confirms that I'm your master. It doesn't confirm what the order is. Please give me an order. I gave you no order. You still need poopy-doopy-doo. Now our contract is complete. Contract? What are you talking about? Even though I have some knowledge of magic, I understand what that word means, but the girl doesn't answer me and looks away with the same grace she had when she... If you were supposed to answer my orders, what about my order as a question? Answer my question. That's my first order, woman. She looks at the door of the shed. There stands the man, his lance ready in his hand. Does she dash? She moves faster than I think. The knightly girl leaps out of the shed without hesitation. Absies. I get up and follow the girl, even forgetting the pain in my body. There's no way that girl will be a match for him. Even armored like that, she's a girl smaller than me. Right, so all this is basically the same until he sees Rin. So that begs the question, if the butterfly effect is caused the moment Saber is summoned, that would seem to make sense with the most with the timeline. The fact that the fight is basically the same. Well, is the fight entirely the same? I don't even remember. It might even be slightly different. The first major change is definitely when Shiro uses the command spell, but there might have been minor changes during the fight that I'm forgetting. Stop! My words are silenced by the sound. What? I can't believe my eyes. The alternative is that the change isn't sparked by necessarily that, but it is sparked. Maybe the change starts when Saber is summoned. That would make the most sense given the first 3 days are still completely the same. But maybe what really sparks in his head is when he sees Rin, because he's like, oh yeah, Rin, she was my friend from the other timeline, or something like that. Whereas everything up till then, there wasn't a big reason for the other timeline version of himself to butt into his mind, if that is what's going on. This time my head really goes blank. What is she? The sound of weapons. The moon is hidden behind the clouds, and the yard has returned to its original darkness. In it, sparks are born from steel hitting steel. The lance-wielding man wordlessly attacks the girl who jumped out of the shed, but the girl parries the blow of the lance and knocks away all following attacks, driving the man back with every blow. Ellipses. I can't believe it! Huh! The girl called Saber is overpowering them. Something about the fight music. It really gets me pumped in this game. I like the fight music in this game. I like the music. I like the soundtrack. Good soundtrack. I've said before I like how the fights are handled, and the music, the visuals, it all really comes together nicely, I'd say. Despite the fact that I've heard this song many times, it hasn't really gotten old for me yet. The battle has begun. What happens between me and him earlier wasn't a battle. A battle is a fight between two people who can kill each other. Oh, so you're admitting you couldn't have killed him? Well, I mean, maybe not without sword birth. Whatever the difference in skill, if each other is a way to kill the other, then you can call it a battle. Sure, terminology. Their fight is a battle in that sense, too. I thought a fight and a battle are different. I probably said that last time. The man's lance that I couldn't even see is thrown with even more power. What? Demo. Girl parries it with the thing in her hands and closes in on the man. Kusa! The man retreats a bit. He holds his lance vertically to protect his ribs as the girl goes for them. For someone being pushed back, he looks... I was going to say he looks a little happy, but that was only until I got a freeze frame. He does actually look kind of aggravated. And Saber just looks so angry always when she's fighting, never looking happy. Which is what made Shiro, I guess... That actually plays into Shiro's development from the first timelines. He noted how she looked so out of place fighting because he liked it when she was happy and stuff. And when she's fighting, she always looks so focused and angry. She really does have that angry look when she fights. Even if she talks sometimes about how, you know, it's good to be an honorable warrior or whatever, when she's actually in the fight, she definitely doesn't look like she's having any amount of fun. Gah! No, but the man's lance glows. It was a blow like an explosion. I guess it really was one. The instant the man blocks the thing, the girl's holding the lance in his hand glows as if electrified. The man, even I, can tell what it is. That is a force of magical energy so strong that it's visible. And each of the girl's blows is a terrible amount of magical energy. That outrageous amount of magical energy is penetrating the opponent's weapon just by touching it. Such a thing, it would take such force just to block it. If you think of the man's lance as an accurate sniper rifle, the blows of the girl are like those of a powerful shotgun. Every time the girl swings, the yard is filled with light. But, Demo, that isn't what's overpowering the man. Coward, what are you doing, hiding your weapon? The inner dragon powering Saber. Well, I mean, you gotta have the inner dragon until, like, Shiro has sex with her inner dragon. It's gonna keep being angry. Maybe that's why she becomes so happy afterwards. Game theory. Her dragon just needs to have some sex. The man complains while avoiding the girl's fierce attacks. Ellipses. The girl doesn't answer, but only attacks even more with the thing in her hands. You! The man retreats with not even a chance for a counterattack, because the girl's weapon is invisible. As he cannot sense her range, it would be careless to attack recklessly. Yes, it is invisible. The girl definitely has something in her hand, but as you can't see what shape it is, nor how long it is, you can't tell anything about it. Perhaps it's totally invisible, as it does not show up, even when sparks fly off from it. Damn! The man must be having a hard time defending against it as his moves aren't as sharp. I mean, would your moves be sharps when you swing your lance anyway? Wouldn't they be? Thought I was being clever with... You stab the lance forward for it to be sharp. When you swing it, it's more blunt? I don't know. There was a joke there. I guess it wasn't. Never mind. Dash, 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 dash. And the girl lets out a voice for the first time. She swings her weapon with more fury. A storm of swings without pause. The flying sparks remind me of a blacksmith hitting iron. The lance-wielding man blocks them, clucking his clucking. As long as it's not cucking. I must say I admire his skills, even though he tried to kill me. The man is blocking invisible blows, watching only the opponent's legs and arms. But that's it. You only need to beat down someone who's gone on the defensive. Wait, you only need to beat down someone who's gone defensive. Aha. I've been doing pretty good reading this without actually having to take much of it in pretty fastly. That was the one time where I skipped a beat there. You only need to beat someone who's gone defensive. As in, you don't need to try as hard when they're not on the offensive? Yeah. It's interesting that Shiro's able to narrate over this fight, even by his claim of not being able to see the blows. He can clearly tell to an extent what's going on. Unlike with Rin and Archer Lancer, for quite a few of those blows, Rin wasn't really able to tell much what was going on. Because I think that shows that Shiro's more super special awesome, at least with his eyesight. Although it's not just his eyesight, because of his sword birth and stuff, so there's clearly more than that going on, blah, 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 blah. You only need to beat down someone who's gone defensive. As if to say so, the girl steps even closer to the man and delivers a blow with all her might, as if smashing him down. Don't underestimate me, fool! Or whoever said that, I don't know. Someone said it. He must see this as opportunity as the man disappears. Oh, it was probably Lancer who said that. No, he jumped back, making it look like he disappeared. The girl's blow cuts through air and destroys the ground, kicking up dust. The blow swung as the final one was easily dodged. Ugh. Idiot, what's she doing? I can tell even from a distance. You can tell. I don't know about the careful blows from before, but such a big blow won't be able to touch that man. Even that man's body must have been straining under all those attacks. Then why would Saber do such a powerful blow? Maybe it's all part of her plan to get him above his guard to try to do a thingy thing, right? Battle tactics. He suppressed it for an instant and jumped away. As if this blow determined the victor. Ha! The man who jumped back several meters jumps as soon as he lands. As if reversing his retreat, he jumps at the girl. In contrast, the girl still has her sword on the ground. That opening is irrevocable? Irreversible? Is it really irrevocable, not irreversible? Whatever. The red lance returns in less than a second, and the girl twirls her body with the sword still on the ground. Sword? Oh, fair. He's calling it a sword. And yet, I guess Saber hasn't technically revealed that it's a sword yet, right? Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Shiro was calling it a thing, and now suddenly he's calling it a sword. As if he knows his magical eyesight can see the sword. At what point does he start calling it a sword, actually? That's curious. Definitely has something in her hand. But as you can't see what shape it is nor how long it is, you can't tell anything about it. That's just totally invisible. I think I caught this my first time through too, but didn't think too much of it because I already knew beforehand it was a sword. It's the kind of thing where if I wasn't to know what it was beforehand, then him saying it's a sword would definitely tip me off more. So I'm not sure. Don't remember. She swings her weapon with more fury. Yeah, I think, is it just there that he first calls it a sword? As if smashing him down, he jumps back, cuts through the air and destroys the ground. The blow swung as a final one was easily dodged. I can tell you from that distance. Okay, still hasn't said sword yet, so it's around here then. Jump back several meters. He jumps at the girl. In contrast, the girl still has her sword in the ground. This is where he first calls it a sword. His vision is focusing even more and more in theory. She still hasn't revealed it to be a sword. It's still, its true purpose is still hidden, and yet he seems to clearly know what it is. I don't know if he did this in the first timeline too, or if this is a second timeline thing. I would assume it's still like this in the first timeline. He still did supervision then too, and it doesn't make much of a difference. Well, I guess it makes a minor difference. Not really. That opening is irrevocable. The red lance returns in less than a second, and the girl twirls her body with the sword still on the ground. I guess technically Shiro doesn't necessarily learn for sure it's a sword. She is the saber class, but it doesn't have to be a sword, so I think in theory Shiro doesn't technically learn until it's a sword, until she first uses Excalibur, I guess. In theory. So this is much earlier if that is the case. But being that she's the saber class, he could just assume she has a sword. But at the moment, he shouldn't actually know what this whole servant dynamic is, so he definitely shouldn't know that it's a sword. He should have no reason to think it's a sword, other than basically a general shape. But the general shape should be obscure enough that you can't necessarily tell. The girl twirls her body with the sword still on the ground. Ellipses! So the contest lasts less than a second. The man sees his mistake and tries to hold back, while the girl uses her whole body to execute her blow. Execute? Yes, she executes it. Ellipses. The man blown away and the girl who blew him away both seem discontent. Oh, so they were both hoping for a better outcome. They each launched their blows to kill the other. Even if they allowed them to escape immediate danger, they were worthless. Their distance opens. A draw? That's worse than losing. The two stare at each other silently. What is wrong, Lancer? It would not do your name credit if you just stand there. If you will not come, I can. Ha! You're gonna come and die? I don't mind. But let me ask you first. This first. Your noble phantasm. Is it a sword? Mm-hmm. He's asking that when Shiro has already realized that it's a sword. The regular human realized before the servant. The man glares as if staring right into her heart. And yet his inner monologue doesn't really react to this. No, if it did, I would definitely remember it reacting. Shiro clearly already knows the sword, but doesn't react to that at all, because he doesn't know how he knows the sword, most likely, and doesn't want to pry too deeply into the reason why he would know, because that might force him to challenge a dark truth, which on Timeline 2 he theoretically should be getting closer to challenging, but it's still something that I think he has to tiptoe towards. Who knows? Shiro seems to know. Might be a battle axe, or it might be a spear. It might even be a bow, Lancer. Fighting a lance with a bow. Nice. Keep talking, Saber. Perhaps it's really funny for him. The man, the one called Lancer, lowers his lance. It looks like he's indicating that he doesn't want to fight anymore. He probably does want to fight, but, well, Kirei stops him, but he still does his noble phantasm, so maybe it's, you're wrong. He still wants to fight, unless you mean he doesn't want to have, like, a fisticuffy, well, not fisticuff, but, sort of clashy fight, and more of a just, I'm gonna win fight kind of fight, which isn't really a fight, but given how Kirei keeps always calling him back, that's probably would partially explain why he's so gung-ho to just use his noble phantasm, because he knows that Kirei keeps calling him back, so he's like, fuck it, if I get a chance to use this and actually at least, kill someone, say I want to fight, before, enough time passes that Kirei just calls me back. Supervision may be related to his ability to, like, analyze stuff, and more specifically, swords that allows him to pull off sword birth. I suppose. It's still definitely not normal. Ellipses question mark. The girl is puzzled by Lancer's action. But I know that stance. It was used in that fight a few hours ago in the schoolyard. It's the fatal move that was supposed to have ended the show. Ended the show? I had no idea the Fates Day Night anime was so short. I'll ask just in case this is our first meeting. Do you want to call it even? Just in case, since this is our first meeting. Dash. It's not a bad deal, right? See, that senile master over there is useless. And it so happens my master is a coward. I don't remember this dialogue. He might have said it and I just forgot, but I don't remember this dialogue. Imagine AU where Shiro wasn't there that night. Lancer just killed Archer and Rin. Yeah, pretty short anime. I mean, I guess I could just follow Shiro and Rin wouldn't be around, but I mean, in that case, Rin's whole weird one-off episode in Fate Zero is really out of place. Honest, just in case since this is our first meeting, do you want to call it even? That shows Lancer's honorable side, but Lancer, I would think not want to do that. He would want to just fight. I guess he's being honorable towards Shiro because he knows Shiro's such a noob, and now that he realizes he's a master, it's part of the battle. He wants to do the honorable thing and maybe give him a chance to catch his breath. That's nice of him. That master over there is useless. It so happens my master is a coward. I think it's in both our interests to hold off on the match until we're better prepared. That seems like the honorable thing to do. But does Saber accept? She must not. I don't remember this back and forth. I refuse. You will fall here, Lancer. Oh, I think I remember that line, actually. Okay, yeah. That definitely does show a bit of an honorable side from Lancer, because I think, if anything, that's more of him thinking, she was kind of a shit master, because the thing about Kirei not wanting to get involved, like, that's sort of a weak excuse, because if it's really if it's really both masters are useless, then you're just on even playing field, and Lancer probably wouldn't care. Saber real pissed off after having the last one. Yeah, fuck honor, fuck making sure Shiro's safe. Yeah. Given that for her it literally just ended, and this is the new one that's just started, it's completely understandable that she'd be a little on edge right now. I see. Geez, all I wanted to do was check things out. I didn't want to stay long once the servant came out. Seems like the air around them distorted. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill runs through the air at that moment. It's exactly like back then. The magical energy rumbles in a whirlpool centered on that lance. Noble Phantasm. The girl readies her apparent sword and glares at the enemy in front of her. The girl facing the enemy knows better than I how dangerous he is. CL, take that heart of yours. The beast jumps. Lancer instantly appears in front of the girl as if he teleported and thrusts his lance at the girl's feet. Even though I aimed at your feet, reality rewrites itself and says that I aimed at your heart. Because Lancer magic. Gabog. It was a bad move even to my eyes. With the lance already lowered, it wouldn't be effective to aim low at the girl. It's kind of like, I recently started watching alternative Gun Gale online. And the way they explain the mechanics of Gun Gale Online is like, the guns don't work the way normal guns would work, because as long as, it's within the bullet hole, it'll hit, even if you shoot all weird like. Just makes me think of that with it, the way his gay bulg works. Like, even if he aims in the wrong direction, reality will just be like, no, you totally aimed at the heart, it's cool. It wouldn't be effective to aim low at the girl. To prove my point, the girl jumps over the lance and moves forward to slash Lancer away. At that moment, gay? With words themselves charged with magical energy. Orgo! The lance thrusts at the girl's feet, rushed toward her heart. Ellipses, question mark, exclamation point, not in that order. Her body rises into the air. The girl is driven up into the air by the blow of the lance, and she crashes down. No, lands on the ground. That's better than crashing down. Maybe she should have crashed down, but her plot armor made it so she only landed. Cool. She's bleeding. The girl who hasn't even received a scratch so far is bleeding badly from her chest. I mean, has Lancer received a scratch? I guess he has, so Saber was sort of winning that fight. A curse. No reversal of causality. I'm surprised too. No, since I saw it from a distance, I can tell better than her that the attack just now was a strange one. Yes, because you could see the whole attack in motion, despite how fast Gay Bolg is supposed to be. You could see the whole thing play out. The lance was definitely aimed at her feet. But it suddenly changed its course, moving strangely in an impossible direction and pierced the girl's heart. But the lance itself has not grown nor bent. It looks so natural that it makes one think that the lance was already in her heart, and for that reason it's strange. It's not as simple as the lance changing its course and piercing her heart. The lance did not change its course, but changed the means so that the result would be so. The lance thrust with that name carried the result of piercing heart as a premise. In other words, the process and the result were reversed. As long as there was the result of the lance piercing her heart, the course of the lance was merely something added later to prove the fact. An evil thorn that breaks through all defenses. A lance that pierces the heart every time it's used, a weapon that determines your fate just by its use. And despite that, it gets, it fails every time it's used so far in Timeline 1. Like, he uses it to pierce, even if he wasn't technically, calling out its name or whatever. He tried to pierce Shiro's heart Timeline 1, Shiro still lived. And then, with the saber thing, she still lives. With the archer, he never went through with the gay bulg used. If he ever used it against Gilgamesh, we never saw it. And if he did, Gilgamesh probably countered it with his own fucking gay bulg. How can anyone block such a ridiculous attack? Yeah, that E-ranked luck, right? However the enemy tries to dodge it, the lance will pierce their heart without fail. That's why this move is fatal. A cursed lance that always pierces the opponent with one thrust. A one thrust, man! But the girl is evaded it by a small margin. She is wounded, but it was not a fatal blow. In a sense, her actions were more impossible than the lance. The instant the lance was thrust, she turned and jumped back with all her might as if she knew it was going to happen, because of her instinct, skill, or whatever it is, premonition, hoobity-doobity. Either she had incredible luck or enough divine protection to nullify the curse of the lance. I think it's basically both in one. Either way, she avoided a fatal blow and sullied the lance's name. How dare you? Haha. Saber just downgraded her crit fail to a regular fail. Oh, to use D&D terms? More like she changed Lancer's critical from doing a bunch of extra baloney damage. Like, he's an assassin. He's not. He's a Lancer. But he used an assassination technique that, if you critical with this hit, it's an automatic kill. But against Saber, it just turned into a regular critical. The girl catches her breath. The blood that was running so much has stopped, and even her stab wound is healing. Ellipses. I guess that's extraordinary. I knew she wasn't normal, but still, that's too strange. Like her skills to fight against Lancer, like the incredible magical energy in each of her blows, and like her body that heals by itself, this girl clearly surpasses Lancer. Rude! But yeah, it's pretty true from what we know of Lancer from the rest of the game. He doesn't seem to have much beyond his one-trick Gaybolg pony. His speed is theoretically more than Saber, but Saber is still a better close-up fighter. Saber has the edge in her weapon being more obfuscated from the wind sword. Saber has the Excalibur being a much better, arguably better? I think it's better. Better finishing blow, Excalibur is better. I think it was rated better. It was rated like S or something compared to Gaybolg's like A. Better finishing blow. I don't know that Lancer really has much going for him to technically beat Saber in a real fight, beyond just using gross tactics, which Kirei was willing to use, just not quite in the way that maybe Lancer would have liked. The girl clearly surpasses Lancer, but that was only up to now. Even if it's healing, her wound is deep. If Lancer attacks her now, she'll be defeated without even being able to defend herself. And remember, of course, at this point, Saber is running off of no true connection to her power source, Shiro, which is why, she can't just bust out her own noble phantasm willy-nilly at the moment. So, once she actually does get that, like, if we compare the power levels of the servants in this Grail War, Lancer definitely seems a bit low on the totem pole. Like, we know Archer is crazy good because he was able to keep up with Lancer pretty well. And then he used, like, apparently several different ways of killing Berserker. Berserker's obviously really strong. We got Saber, Berserker, Archer, and then who's left? Lancer. It would be Caster, Assassin, and then Rider, right. I guess you can debate how Lancer compares to people like Caster, Assassin, and Rider. We know Assassin from his one fight so far with Saber seems to be on a similar level with Saber, but we don't know about if Excalibur got pulled, and that was before the Dragon Sex, so I think Saber was a bit downgraded at that point. Um, Caster, if she has time to prep, because like she was prepping something at the temple for a long time, she was probably prepping her ability to steal, like, you know, Saber's body or whoever's body. So that actually gives her the edge. I don't know if I'd say that makes her the best fighter because she needed a lot of time to prep, but maybe she has the highest power ceiling if given prep time. Ryder with the Blood Fort, that seems pretty good at AoE damage, but when dealing with, you know, actual powerful masters and servants, it's maybe less practical because those are more one-on-one fights and less killing a mass group of weenies. Ryder's Pegasus makes her super fast, but she theoretically just got one shot by Saber's Excalibur. Granted, Saber's Excalibur is really strong, don't get me wrong, but I think Ryder has a skill set that's just not very well suited to this Grail War. She seems to be good at taking out crowds of people with her Blood Fort stuff, but you know, against actually strong people, I don't know how effective that is. And she even was having, you know, Shiro was even actually able to put up a decent fight against her up close. So that does suggest she's bad one-on-one, and it seems like the only thing she's really got going for her in an actual Grail war setting when fighting other servants is probably the riding of her horse and her horsey attack. Whereas Lancer, yeah, Lancer's definitely better close up, and his Gable is pretty effective, so it's probably true that Ryder is the worse servant than Lancer for this Grail War. Assassin seems to be the most skilled in the 1v1 fight, but not much else. We don't know how Assassin got taken out, I don't think. I don't know if it was ever mentioned. Did they say Gilgamesh did it? That's my assumption, is that Gilgamesh did it, although I guess Caster could have done it too. I guess those are both possible. They didn't really say. Unless they did, and I'm forgetting. One of those, Gilgamesh or Caster. I don't think anyone else could have done it by process of elimination, but... Or Lancer could have done it, but that doesn't jive with Kirei's whole planning shtick. But yeah, so probably if I had to rate the servants, it's probably Ryder's the worst for the purposes of this war. And then probably Lancer is better than her. Those are probably the two weakest. Up there is the strongest. Archer might just be the raw strongest. Granted, Berserker was able to beat him, but that's fair. So maybe it's fair to classify Berserker as stronger than Archer. That's debatable, though, because Archer didn't necessarily... Because Archer had to fight on false terms. You could argue that Berserker being so strong was partially because of his connection to Ilya. There's a debate to be had. To be fair, part of the fun of these Grail Wars is the circumstances that the fights come about, and it's not necessarily a test of raw strength. Sometimes it is, but a lot of the time it comes down to strategy and tactics and the particular circumstances. It's still fun to theorize, though. Saber's definitely up there, especially if she gets to add Avalon to her arsenal, which she doesn't, at least for a long time. I think it's fair to say that because Archer, that's right, Archer was injured for so long, and we never got proof that Archer got over his fucked up injury, really. So if the theoretical is that in the first timeline Archer was injured the whole time, then I think it is fair to say that Archer would beat Berserker in the totem pole. And I think it's also fair to say he'd probably beat Saber, though maybe that's a little presumptuous. Avalon might change things up, but because like Avalon's what changed things up against the other Archer. But it really seems like they're teasing some pretty crazy shit with this Archer, because in Timeline 1 he was dealing with that injury that he got when he was probably stunned from seeing Saber, because I think that triggered something in his memory, and he didn't have time to respond, and that's why he got cucked, and he was working with that injury the whole time and never properly recovered. So I would probably rank it as Archer's at the top. I would say that Archer's number 1, then Saber is number 2, probably, then Berserker's number 3. I think you can debate Saber and Berserker. You can possibly swap-swappy them, because there's a debate to be made that it was not Excalibur, but instead the one that Shiro's sword birth that actually dealt with Berserker. But granted, could she not use Excalibur in that circumstance? Was there a reason she couldn't? Because she was too low on magical energy? They just had the Dragon Sex, but maybe she still hadn't had enough time to recover. It's still probably fair to put Saber above Berserker, or on the same level. If I had to rank one above another, I'd probably go Saber above Berserker, especially if she has access to Avalon. So probably Archer, then Saber Berserker as 2-3, Assassin as number 4, or Caster. Caster, Assassin. Caster is very specifically situational. Caster and Assassin are kind of like exact opposites, which is maybe why it's good for them to team up. Assassin's super good at one-on-one, but probably doesn't have much in the way of big techniques. Whereas Caster is likely all about the building up in the background to the big techniques that are crazy big. So I'd argue they're on the same level, probably both below Berserker and Saber. Though I think an argument can be made that Caster would be specifically good against Berserker and would possibly be able to mind control Berserker. But again, that's like she's an all or nothing theoretically. Were you planning to continue with the story today? Maybe. I'm just thinking about power levels right now. But yeah, so that's probably my order for right now. I would go Archer, then Saber, Berserker are tied, then Caster, Assassin are tied, then Lancer, then Rider. Anyways, the ranking so far that we know from this timeline: Saber with Avalon, Gil, Herc, Archer, Caster, Lancer, Assassin, Rider. I'd put Assassin higher, to be honest. I'd also, I mean, Gil's very strong. That's true. I wasn't really counting Gil, I don't know, because he's a cheater and not one of the normal 7 servants. But Gil's definitely up there. But also, he kind of got beat by a cheat. He got beat by something he wasn't expecting. Although, but Avalon is a really strong cheat. Fair. Maybe Saber with Avalon is just the bestest. I don't know. Hard to say. Will she end up fighting Archer so we can test that theory? Even if it's healing, her wound is deep. If Lancer attacks her now, she'll be defeated without even being able to defend herself. But with this overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He glares at the girl, grinding his teeth so hard that I can hear it. You evaded, Saber, my fatal Gaebolg! A voice that seems to echo from the ground. Gaebolg, you are Ireland's man of light! Lancer frowns. His hostility appears as he clucks his tongue in annoyance. Screw up, I'm gonna use this move, it needs to be fatal, jeez. Guess I'm being famous, being too famous is bad too, ooh! I've heard of Gaebolg, but I've definitely not heard of QQ Lane outside of this game. The pressure goes away. I mean, there are some that I've definitely heard of from this game. Like, I knew who Gilgamesh was before Fate Zero. I knew who, King Arthur was. I knew who Hercules or Heracles is. I hadn't heard of QQ Lane, so I don't think you're that famous, even if your weapon is. The pressure goes away. Then again, I know his weapon because of Fire Emblem, if I'm going to be honest. Outside of that, I didn't know Gaebolg. The pressure goes away. Lancer doesn't even attack the wounded girl and simply turns his back and moves to the edges of the yard. Your Lancer is way more famous. Your Lance, yeah. Simply turns his back and moves to the edge of the yard. It is the rule of servants to fight to the death if your identity is discovered, but unfortunately my master is a coward. He's telling me to go back since you have evaded my lance. And somehow he's telling you that with some magical link. I guess all servants and masters have like a magical link like that. It's just, I'm wondering if, does Lancer actually hear that exact phrase in his mind? Like, come back, Lancer. Or is it more of just a general feeling of, oh, he wants me to come back? He's telling me to go back since you have evaded my lance. You're running away, Lancer? Yeah, I don't mind if you come after me, Saber. And he wants to continue the fight. Just be prepared to die when you do. Coming after him in Saber's current circumstances seems like a bad idea with how injured she still definitely is, whereas him, he's used his Noble Phantasm, but he's still definitely better in a one-on-one fight at this point. Saber still ends up going out. Well, does Saber? No, Saber doesn't go after him. It's only when she senses Archer outside. Going after would be dumb. I was going to say, it wouldn't be that dumb for her to go after right now with the mindset that she's still coming off of the Fate Zero Grail War and, still like really, but maybe the wound just now is what shocks her to reality and gets her to think for a second. Lancer easily jumps over the wall and disappears. Wait, Lancer. The wounded girl starts running to... No, she does pursue immediately. Okay. Is she stupid? She's just very on edge. I run through the yard with all my strength. Wait a second. The girl will go after him if I don't stop her instantly. Hopefully we'll see her soon. They're in timeline 2, yeah. But there was no need for that. When the girl tries to jump over the wall, she clenches her chest and stops. Okay, I was going to be like, is there a change here? Because I know that definitely they interact for a bit when Shiro has to... Well, she asked Shiro to heal her wounds before Archer shows up, but no, it still happens. Okay. Cool. I run to her and stare at her. No, I tried to approach her to call out to her, but I forget about it in the instant I come near her. Dish. To put it simply, everything about her is absurd. Now that I'm near her, I can tell that the shining armor she wears is really heavy. The old-fashioned cloth is smooth, a vivid blue. No, that isn't what fascinates me. The girl seems to be a few years younger than me is beautiful. The golden hair lit by the moonlight is finely textured, as if sprinkled with gold dust. That's still weird to me, the idea that Saber is meant to, like, at least from Shiro's perspective, Saber looks younger than Shiro. I guess it's because she's short, but I've never really seen it that way. I look at her and I think, okay, she's the same age as Shiro, maybe a bit older. It's just weird because, I don't know, I guess I have the Fate Zero impression of her where I think of the Fate Zero version of her and I think of Shiro and I think of, I don't know, it seems to me like if anything she'd be older than Shiro, but here she's apparently younger, at least from Shiro's perspective. It seems off to me, but maybe Shiro just wants to think of her as younger because, it's easier to be a knight in shining armor for someone who's younger than you, question mark? I don't know. The face, with some sign of naivete, has elegance, and her white skin looks soft. Dash. I can't call it to her because I'm fascinated by her beauty, and also for another reason. Come on, Shiro, shake out of your saber-sexualness. Why? Because seeing the girl fighting and getting hurt somehow made me mad. Although I'm fascinated with her, the girl has her hand on her chest. Because seeing the girl fighting and getting hurt so made me mad, I guess that, goes into his whole character arc from Timeline 1. Is that related to... Because he thinks... it's because that's right. I noticed it too, in the fight. That's where it comes from. As he notices that she looks so angry when fighting, and because she's so beautiful, he's like, you should look more happy when doing a thing you want. Yeah, makes sense. I can see that as being how it starts. The girl has her hand on her chest. But that ends quickly. The girl lets her chest go and looks up as if the pain has gone away. She stares directly at me. I'm not sure how I should talk to her, but I noticed something about her. The wound is gone? Even though it missed her heart, the lance stabbed her in the chest, but she's unscathed. I've heard of healing magics, but I didn't see her using anything like that. So that must mean she automatically heals even when she is wounded. My brain switches gears. Is this when the timeline change happens? No. Maybe it is. There's no time to be fascinated by her. Maybe it is. It seems like it. She's a strange being. I can't let my guard down until I know what she is. Is this different? It feels like I wouldn't be surprised if it was different, but maybe it's my bias of already thinking that I think I know what's happening that is causing me to think that it's different when I don't know that it's different because I don't remember. Who are you? I take half a step back and ask her. What do you mean? I'm the servant Saber. You summoned me, so I do not think you should need to confirm it. Servant Saber? Yes, so please call me Saber. She replies with hesitation. Her tone is polite yet gentle, and just hearing it makes my head go blank. Ellipses! Exclamation point! What am I getting excited about? Okay, this seems like Timeline 1 Saber. Shiro again. I see, that's a strange name. I have my burning face in my hand and reply really stupidly. I don't know what else to say. I wouldn't know of any such thing to say since I asked her name. Isn't it natural for her to introduce herself? In that case, it would be impolite to stay silent like this. I'm Shiro. My name is Emiya Shiro, and I live in this house. I wouldn't know of any such thing to say. Intriguing. What am I doing? Are my answers getting stupider? Are they? My name is Emiya Shiro. I live in this house. I guess she didn't ask that you live in this house. I guess that's what makes it stupid, but... I mean, it's polite to say her name back. That's not stupid. And she doesn't know for sure you live in the house. You could be not actually living here and just here on a on a temporary basis, so it's not entirely stupid. She told me your name, so I should answer too. I know I'm confused right now, but I have to be polite no matter who this is. Which is funny, because Shiro's normally very blunt and not polite, but, you know. I mean, he's blunt, but still polite, I guess. He's polite in his own blunt way, or blunt in his own polite way. Saber just stares at me without changing her expression. I take that back, that's not what I meant to ask you. Actually, I know, you are not a formal master, correct? Huh? But you are still my master. As long as we have made a contract, I will not betray you. There's no need for you to be so cautious. Crap. I can hear her words, but they make no sense to me. All I know is that she's calling me with a ridiculous word like master. He speaks in a blunt way, but the contents of his words polite. Yeah, that sounds about right. The theory behind what he's saying, the intent is polite, even if it doesn't come across that way by the way he speaks. I mean, swears aren't even really much of a thing, too much. I mean, there's kuso in Japanese, or you can use the imperial form. I assume he would have used imperial form at some points in first timeline. I can't know really for sure, but I would assume so. And kuso, did he never really kuso'd anyone? I feel like he would have kuso'd at some point. Ridiculous word like master. That's wrong. My name isn't Master. I shall call you Shiro. Yes, I like the sound of that better. As soon as she says my name, I think my face lit up on fire. Shouldn't you call someone by their last name on a first meeting? Wait a minute, why are you calling me? Pain suddenly runs through my left hand. It's burning. The back of my hand is burning. On my left hand is a strange mark that looks like a tattoo. What the? It's called a command spell, Shiro. Not Emiya, just Shiro. I understood that reference, I think. If you're referencing what I think you're referencing. In which case, if you're not, then I didn't understand it. It is three claims on a servant's obedience and the life of a master. Please do not use it thoughtlessly. He's about to just use one right away. Who? Shiro, heal my wounds. She speaks in a cold voice. It seems her attention is on something far away behind the wall and not on me. You're asking me? I'm sorry, I don't know any such difficult magic. Besides, it's already healed. Saber frowns a bit. I think I said something really wrong there. Then I shall face them as I am now. The regeneration only healed the outside, but one more fight should not be a problem. Thinking a little highly of yourself. I mean, in this case, it ends up being true, but only because Archer gets caught off guard because he's temporarily remembering something because seeing you triggers all of his memories to come flooding back. One more what? There are two enemies outside. Judging by their presence, it should only take a few seconds to defeat them. Saying so, Saber jumps lightly. Just like Lancer, she leaps over the wall and disappears outside. I'm left alone in the yard. Enemies outside. As soon as I say it aloud, I realize what it means. Hold on, are you going to fight again? My body starts to move. Without thinking, I run to the gate with full force. I run to the gate, unlock it with trembling hands, and jump outside. Saber, where are you? I search through the dark. The moon is hidden now of all times and is completely dark, but I hear something nearby. There! I run to the small road with no sign of anyone on it. It all happens in an instant. Saber is confronting a familiar guy in red. Saber runs at the man in red without hesitation, takes his guard down with one blow, and... First command spell. Eh? It all happens in an instant. There's a man in front... Oh, it repeats! What? A man in red in front of Saber. Yeah, it kind of like repeats. The man in red is in an unfavorable position. Being attacked by Saber is about to receive a fatal blow. It all happens in an instant. Saber is confronting a familiar guy in red. Saber runs at the man. Maybe this is where the timeline shifts. Maybe this is where, because maybe this is where timeline 1's playing out, and then it jumps him back a bit, and he's like, no, Chigao, yo. And he rewinds just a little bit. Maybe he sees where it's going and he's like, no, I don't like that. It all happens in an instant. There's a man in red in front of Saber. The man in red is in an unfavorable position after being attacked by Saber, and he's about to receive a fatal blow. Unfavorable position. Well, he hasn't really been attacked. It's more like he's in the process of being attacked. It's all one attack. Yeah, it's sort of like he peered into the future a little bit. Saber runs at the man in red without hesitation, takes his guard down with one blow, and it backs up. That's fascinating. Behind them, the person watching Saber from behind that man is someone I know. Oh. Maybe that exact instant is when the timeline changes then. I was thinking it was maybe the moment Saber was summoned. That seemed like the most likely if it is the Grail cucking with Shiro. That almost suggests it's not the Grail and Shiro himself to an extent, or the super evil powered super demon inside him, possibly. The person Saber, watching Saber from behind that man is someone I know. No! I reach out with my left hand, call out. I don't know who that man in red is. You say you don't. I don't believe you. But I'm sure Saber will attack the person behind the man after she defeats him. And you're right, which is, you managed to stop her afterwards anyways, but this means he can still fight. Saber meeting Archer is the catalyst. Maybe that's because Shiro is Archer all along, right? I've been saying it since near the beginning, right? It's all going to come around eventually. Time one Shiro never found out what Archer ID was, yeah. It's got to be some kind of twist. I mean, it being Shiro all along is Archer isn't even that weird because there has to be some kind of twist, right? Otherwise, why hold us off from knowing the truth for so long? So it wouldn't even be that weird if that was the twist, to be honest. But, there's even a lot of things that align with it, what with Shiro being an archer and all that. I mean, that's why I brought it up as a potential theory in the first place. As it's gone along, I've thought maybe that's a little too crack. But, I mean, he's got to be someone. Otherwise, what's the point of hiding his identity? I mean, I know that in general they hide their identities, but he had amnesia specifically so he wouldn't tell his identity to Rin. I know they don't, tell their identities to each other, but because he loses amnesia almost immediately after our perspective from it stops being. I mean, theoretically he loses it. I guess we don't necessarily that for sure. I'm just assuming he does. It would just make sense that in this moment he's remembering everything when he sees Saber. But I don't know that it's seeing Archer that causes the shift. It might be more the fact that Archer has such a strong connection to Rin. It could be Archer himself if Archer and Shiro really are one and the same somehow. But that seems a little weak. If Shiro is Archer, it does make the timeline fuckery right here kind of make sense. Because the moment Archer remembers who he is and Saber, this Shiro sees a bit of multiple timelines. Yeah, I mean, that's an idea, but it's weird that it's only happening in timeline 2. Because timeline 1, if that is the catalyst, if Shiro just seeing Archer, why does it just not happen in timeline 1, the timeline shiftery fuckery? This more suggests, the fact that it doesn't happen in timeline 1, suggests that something about the shifted version from timeline 1, like experience already had, caused this. Like, otherwise, why wouldn't it just happen in the first place? If it's Shiro seeing Archer. It could be that his experiences made him more willing to accept hard truths, and accepting that he is Archer is a hard truth? That's reaching, I think. It feels to me like the Rin-Archer connection just in general, because of going through timeline 1, is a more likely reason why, if there is some mental time travel going on, why it would trigger now rather than him realizing that, oh, I'm Archer. Because I feel like if that was the case, it would have clicked the first time anyways. I'm sure Saber will attack the person behind the man after she defeats him. I can't let that happen. Yeah, you can see, it's about Rin. I can't let her attack Rin afterwards because he's friends with Rin, I suppose? Or something like that. I mean, he is friends with Rin, but he's pretty close friends with Rin in Timeline 1. He doesn't ever get crazy close. There's a debate to be made there, but if he is post-Timeline 1, yeah. I can't let Saber attack her. Stop, Saber! Dash, dash. And just like that, one down. I feel a sharp pain. One of the marks in my hand disappears. In its place, Saber halts her blow, which should have not been possible to stop. Dash, dash. The silver armor hesitates for an instant. Leaving that opening, the man in red quickly gets away. That guy, I'm sure of it. That's the guy that was fighting Lancer. Dash, dash. And the girl behind him is... I don't want to believe so, but is it really? That command spell, the relationship between Saber and Shio's props load a bit. Shio's all like, don't use it wastefully. Uses one right away. Yeah, that's fair. Saber still has PTSD from the end of Fate Zero when the one command spell fucked her up. And this one is being used to fuck her up so quickly. That's fair. Which is why it sets us on the path of the Rin relationship? Or something. I mean, theoretically, that's what it sets us on the path of, because he's caring about Rin here. But is it really? Because in this timeline, we end up not cooperating with Rin. That's the whole thing we dovetailed from. So, don't know. The UBW does have a red background on the entry, and red is emblematic of both Archer and Rin. Is it really? Are you insane, Shiro? We should have been able to defeat Archer and his master here. So why'd you go so far as to use your command spell to stop me? Because he knows Rin. Dash, dash, dash. What could I have done? A smart Shiro, a post-timeline 1 Shiro, could probably put the dots together and realize that, oh wait, I saw this Archer guy fighting Lancer, and there was someone else there at the scene, and then somebody saved me at the school. I feel like he could potentially put 2 and 2 together, and because of how smart we know Shiro seems to actually be when he's willing to confront the truths, he could probably realize that, oh wait, that was Rin. It's not even that hard of a truth, to be honest. Fate had the blue background, which is Saber's color. Fitting. So it would make sense that for this one to be Rin's. What could I have done? I don't understand the situation at all. I stopped Saber only because I didn't want to see her slash at the girl who saved me. Ah, no, he points it out. I forgot about this. He does point it out. He did put it together because he is smarter. Here I was saying all this stuff. Master, please retract your order. If you act like this, I cannot defeat enemies that could otherwise be beaten. I forgot how smart this Timeline 2 Shiro was. That's right. That's where the theory came from in the first place. I cannot defeat enemies that would otherwise be beaten. Saber readies the object in her hands again. In front of her is the red man she could not slay. No, don't do it. To be honest, I have no idea what's going on. But the one you're about to attack is someone I know. I can't let you attack someone I know. The double reaction. What are you saying? She is Archer's master. She is our enemy. So you must defeat her here. Yeah, she was more casual with Rin, definitely in the Fate pathway, but I guess more time had passed when she became more casual. And here she's still on edge from the immediacy and wanting to beat someone because, you know, she was down to 2 and now she's back up to 7. And if this is Archer, she has PTSD from an Archer specifically. So she definitely wouldn't mind going straight for another Archer right away. But she mellows afterwards. Dash, dash. Enemy? She and the man in red are enemies? If this is the timeline that's the Rin timeline, I guess that goes in line with the idea of distance makes the heart go stronger, because this is the moment where we don't team up, which, well then what's going to happen in timeline 2 when I eventually get to that choice, if I decide, hey, let's team up? Because if that's the choice that dovetails there, then that must be about thou must, unless it dovetails me back onto Fate? I'll have to try that when we get there, just to see. She and the man in red are enemies? I don't care about that. First of all, I don't even understand this master thing you're talking about. If you're going to call me master, you should at least explain to me what this is all about. That is true, but then... So that's how it is, amateur master San. She calls out to me with a polite yet harsh voice. Shiro only thought to himself, right? He didn't say out loud. Rin doesn't know that she knows? Or he knows? The girl... No, that was just him thinking that. So she doesn't necessarily know that he knows. Alright. She calls out to me with a polite yet harsh voice. We just dovetailed to the Fate route and Shiro loses 100 IQ. Yeah. When I turn around, I see the man in red and the girl in her school uniform. Dash, dash, dash. I gasp. So I wasn't seeing things. The person with the man in red is definitely that to Tosaka Ren. Tosaka Ren. How should I put this? Even I can tell that the man behind Tosaka isn't human. That thing is not of this world, just like Saber. Then if Tosaka is with him, she's also... Oh, you know me? And this should be easy. I mean, yeah, duh, I know you. First of all, good evening, Emiya-kun. I don't know what her intentions are. Oh, the way the music stops like that. Tosaka greets me with a big smile. Uh-huh. Her smile here is interesting. I mean, in the other timeline, I think I said this, actually. It can be argued that she acted this way just to play along because her archer got, yeeted. So she had to play the sure, I'll be alliance with you temporarily. Here, she doesn't have to, and yet still does anyway, which does show the more honorable side. Combined with how happy she looks, gratitude that he was willing to waste a command spell shows that he's willing to waste on her the way she was willing to waste on him. So maybe the affection is reciprocated, which might make her feel happy. If the reason she did save him was more for her own sake than for Sakura's, that she wanted, someone like Shiro, if not Shiro specifically, but someone like Shiro to be the knight in shining armor for her, like they were for Sakura, then this would be him doing that in a sort, wasting a command spell on that. It's not saving her necessarily, but saving Archer, who might have, been protecting her, is kind of close enough in theory, which might make her, feelings for him grow extra more, which is why we might go on the Rin route versus the Saber route. Even a complete asshole will be happy if a potential enemy wastes a command spell to not kill you. Sure, that's fair, but at the same time, with how Rin is... I mean, she's an honorable fighter, that's fair, but at the same time, also, she wants the fight. So, there's a theory there where she just keeps fighting. This at least proves that she wasn't just being sly in Timeline 1. Which I think the rest of Timeline 1 already proved by itself, but I'm troubled. When she greets me normal like that, I can almost forget about all these strange events and just greet her too. It's just how happy she looks. I mean, yes, you can be happy, but I mean, if you're a complete asshole, and you're thankful, I feel like you'd look more scared and relieved. I have not played Grand Order, no. I have seen Fate Zero, though it was a while ago, so my memories are sketchy. And I've played through the first timeline of Fate, and that's about it. But yeah, like, she's not scared at all, and she wasn't scared in the first timeline. And I think that's another thing, too, is that theoretically in the first timeline, her not being scared could be an act. Whereas here I feel like it has to be genuine that she's not scared, because there's no reason to pretend that she wouldn't be scared. Because even if she was scared, she still has leverage in the situation because Archer didn't get fucked up. So the fact that she's happy and not just scared but relieved, I feel is a different vibe. Granted, she's good at putting on a different mask around normal people in Beckett class in the schoolyard, pretending things all the time, but that mask isn't necessarily a happy mask. This could just be a different mask, but if it is, it's not a mask she would normally... Well, that's not true. She uses the smiley mask. But usually she uses the smiley mask when she's actually upset. It's like hiding how angry she is when she smiles. They even go into that, I believe, in Rin's prologue. The 3 extra girls are like, when she smiles, that means she's really upset or something like that. So this could be a genuine smile because I don't think she's upset. We can't fully discount Ren's susness, though. Something in the background in Timeline 1. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I could go on a whole tangent about what that might be, but it's hard to say. Like, was it related? Like, yeah. There's a lot going on. There was some weird stuff going on with Rin in the background that never got resolved. And it's weird because you'd think the crux of her, if we're going to be following up on that, would be related to Kirei and her daddy issues. Kirei and her daddy issues, but that really can't be it based on how the timeline ends. Rin doesn't seem to know anything about that unless she's looking into Makire herself. Possibly. Anyways. The way the music stopped, the way the music just stopped when he saw Rin's face and started again, like as he started talking, suggested like a timeline pause while Shiro assesses the situation, which also suggests more superpowers, theoretically, that he's able to like pause things and really assess, slow down the timeline to think of his answer, maybe, like how he rewound it a little bit. Are you serious? This isn't the time for greetings. You're... Yes, I'm a master as well. In other words, I'm a magus like you. We're similar, so we don't have to hide it, right? Magus, you're a magus, Tosaka. Oh, crap. I don't know why, but she's looking at me with real irritation. At first she was really happy, but then she had to be like, wait, you're a magus I didn't know about. Darn it. Or not. Wait, who said that? Okay. If I really care, I should turn the voices on. That's not what I meant to say. I see, I get it now, so that's how it is, huh? Taking a look at it, she turns to the man behind her. Archer, can you turn to spirit form for a while? I'm pissed right now. Oh, you're pissed because you don't like being saved like that, like how I wasted... Yeah, because you're going to be like, oh, just like... Similar to Timeline 1, but even greater extent, because she, you know, the whole back and forth thing, because in Timeline 1, she's all like, oh, you saved me, you prevented Saber from killing me, so I have to return the favor, even though she saved him, but tries to completely ignore that. She tries to pretend like she's above it. Or she tries to ignore it because she knows that shows some of her weakness or some of her feelings for Shiro that she maybe doesn't want to necessarily let be known, so she tries to hide the fact she even did it, possibly. And here would just be even greater extent. And she might try, and now what it might be is she might try to say the same thing, even though it's just escalating feelings. A big exposition scene after this screams. Mostly skip through exposition. I don't mind, but what do you mean by pissed? It means what it means. I can't calm down unless I make him realize what kind of situation he's in. You don't have anything to do until then, so go away. Saber won't be able to lower swords as long as you're here. How difficult. Well, I shall obey if it's an order. I may warn you, however, what you're about to do is needless. Yeah, we can just fight them right now. It's needless, but they're friends. Man literally disappears. Tosaka, that was... Let's talk inside. You don't know anything, right, Emiya-kun? You can rest assured that I'll tell you everything, even if you say you don't want to know. Saying this, she walks toward the entrance. What are you thinking? I stop her. And then... She turns, and the smile on her face isn't like the previous one. Are you stupid? I'm thinking about a lot of things. That's why I want to talk to you. Very fair. Because I think it's true that she's thinking about a lot of things. She's thinking about her feelings for you and how they've escalated now that you've saved her. How she feels bad that you've saved her, even though she doesn't want you to have saved her, but she also feels glad, but she feels bad, and she doesn't want this to be a thing because she wants to be in a war where she can fight people and be happy that she's fighting them, but at the same time, you're like another person her age she can converse with. There's a lot of things going through her head. She's probably not going to admit all of those, but... yeah. This is needless from Rin's perspective here for sure, though. Archer could probably wreck them both right now. That's why I want to talk to you. But she's doing the honorable thing and the thing she's following her her female boner. Amy, it's about to... It's okay to be surprised by sudden turns of events, but it might cost you your life if you don't just accept it. Incidentally, do you understand that now is one of those times? It's fine if you understand. So let's go to your place. You're fine with that too, right, Saber? I'll explain things to your master in return for sparing my life. Very well. You don't know where your intentions are. I shall restrain myself as long as you are helping my master. Surprised by sudden turn of events. That it's fitting for Rin to say that because she does seem like more of the speed chess reactive master. We talked about that, whereas Ilya is the more prepare everything in advance chess master. Tosaka goes through the gate. She's really pissed. I think she's a lot of things right now. I don't know why though. I don't know, but still. She's totally unlike the way she is at school. Strange situation. So, okay. I'm going to take this moment to be like... Rin's position. And I'm actually going to go ahead and we're going to take a quick intermission here so I can refill my water. Also, my throat's a little parched. I don't really have to pee this time, but I do need to do a couple things. So, intermission time, and then when we come back, we will talk to Rin about how all of the feelings she's feeling. No, we'll do that at some point, way later probably. For enemies of school's #1 idol whom I admire, Tosaka Rin. And following silently behind me is Saber, who calls herself a servant. Ellipses. What was that? Oh. The hallway suddenly feels like part of a different dimension. Is this timeline changing for me? But I can't be a coward forever. Yeah, that's right. You mustn't run away. You've had your character development. I'm a magus, even if I'm just an amateur. Tosaka Rin, a magus like me, is acting boldly, so I have to act firmly as well. Yes, you can put your firm penis in her bowl. I can only work out a few things. First, about Saber, who's following me. She's admiration must be on a whole different level now after knowing what happened in school. I mean, I don't know if that really changes it. Like, even if he knows that she saved him, like, he can't really comprehend the mechanics of that. And that's not really related to her perfect self that stretched out the school. And this whole servant-master thing very much complicates the situation. Being grateful for your life being saved isn't necessarily lead to admiration. Not necessarily. I'm sure that she is some kind of a familiar because she calls me master and I've made a contract with her. I've heard that a familiar is a kind of assistant. Most magi transfer a part of their body into something and then summon it as another self. Okay. It is something that assists the magus. Consequently, it's commonly accepted that small animals are the most suitable to reduce the burden on the magus. So I've been taught, but... What is it, Shiro? No, it's nothing. Saber looks human no matter how you look at her, and she's clearly superior to me, her master. I don't have the magical energy to control someone like that, and more than that, I don't have the magic circuit to summon a familiar. Ellipses. So Saber must rather be something else than a familiar. She said she's a servant. I don't know what that is, but I think the man called Lancer and the man in red with Tosaka were the same thing. She called Tosaka Master as well. I guess magic with a servant are called masters. It seems Tosaka's a magus as well, but I have no idea who she is. I mean, you know her from school, you idolize her, but you don't know who she is? That's a form of admission right there. You don't know the real her. The Emiya family are just outsiders who came to this town in my father's generation. That's why I didn't know that Tosaka was a magus. I'm sure Tosaka didn't know that I knew magic. There are several magi in this town that I don't know about. I mean, I think... Well, you're not just assuming if you know from the other timeline, Wumbo Jumbo. But otherwise, you would just be assuming that it's, you know, beyond just Rin. If Lance is familiar with another magus in this town, does that mean I've stuck my head into a conflict between magi? It's pretty big. I'm not used to this Japanese style. Oh, is that the living room, Emi-kun? Saying so, Tosaka goes in the living room. Ellipses. I should stop thinking. Stop thinking! No, thinking is good, Shiro. Timeline 2, you thinks better. Let's just listen to Tosaka's story. I turned the lights on. It's already past 1 in the morning. If you're still going to wake up at 5:30, you should be going to sleep soon. It's so cool. The windows are all broken. I couldn't help it. I was attacked by this Lancer guy. I was desperate. Oh, I see. Then were you fighting him alone until you summoned Saber? I didn't fight him. He just beat me up. So you don't try to show off, huh? See, I see. You're really just as you appear, Emiya-kun. Ooh, and look at how she blushes at the notion of Shiro being like Rin expected. Rin clearly has her own fantasy of what Shiro would be like. And she's glad at the idea that he is like the fantasy, as it were. Tosaka walks over to the broken window. Rin does try to show off because, you know, it's all about her family honor and all that. She kind of has to. So she's probably somewhat admirable of someone, you know, who can just be more natural despite being a magical person. Tosaka takes a piece of the shattered glass, takes a look at it, and... Minuten von Schweiben. Close enough. She cuts the tip of her finger and puts a drop of her blood onto the glass. This pose. We don't see her with this pose very often. At least not in Timeline 1. Ellipses! Exclamation mark, question mark. Question point. What kind of magic is this? The shattered glass recombines and restores itself in a matter of seconds. Tosaka, that was. Just a small demonstration. It won't be enough to repay you for saving me. I mean, you already saved me, and I know, but I guess I haven't admitted to you that I know. But I have to do at least this much. I'm sure you would have fixed it even if I hadn't, but that'd be just a waste of magical energy, right? All you'd really have to do is replace the window. We don't want to talk about this in the cold, do we? That magic pose. I'm sure you would have fixed it even if I hadn't. A waste of magical energy? I mean, I feel like it's better to waste the magical energy than waste the money on a replacement window, right? Don't you know? Haven't you ever played an RPG? If you're gonna, like, fix stuff with magic, that an MP gauge that can just be refilled, you do that first and don't waste the money. Duh! You only use the money when you run out of the magic. Or if you're worried you'll run out of the magic because you want to use magic on something else. Duh! Also, maybe for you it makes more sense to use the money first because you have more money because, you know, you're from a rich family and all that. Granted, you know, I have connections to the Yakuza, but the Yakuza is even making his own daughter work for her own means, so... She says this as if it's completely natural. But needless to say, her skills are beyond my comprehension. Despite that, you have super X-ray vision and can see into the future past. And can make sword births. That's amazing, Tosaka. I can't do that sort of thing, so I'm glad you fixed it. Huh? Of course you'd be able to fix it. Handling glass is elementary. Elementary, my dear. Restoring glass that broke a few minutes ago is like a simple admission test for school, right? That's how it is? I was only taught by my father, so I don't even know the basics, or the elementary stuff. Huh? Nani? Tosaka freezes. It seems I said something I shouldn't have. It shouldn't be that weird for her to realize that I know basically nothing, because she should know about me. Like how she knows about, you know, Sakura's family, the mottos, how they were magical, and she was looking into that. So she should know that I'm not really part of the normal crowd. Otherwise, theoretically, she would be told, given that she's, like, the head of the area, right? It seems I said something I shouldn't have. Wait, then you're saying you're just an amateur who can't even run his own workshop? I don't have a workshop. Well, I do have that shed as my training area, but I think Tosaka would get mad if I called that my workshop. I mean, it kind of is. Close enough. I'm gonna ask, even though it's impossible, could it be that you don't know how to handle the 5 main elements, nor how to make a pass? I mean, I can make it a pass and get a girl if you want me to, what I mean. I honestly admit that I don't know. Ellipses. Wow, that's scary. She's so beautiful usually. This makes her look pretty frightening now. Then what are you, just an amateur? That's not true. I can at least do strengthening magic. Strengthen my eyes. Strengthening, that's an awfully odd magic. So, you can't do anything other than that? To be honest, probably not. That's a lie. Her glare makes me answer vaguely. Geez, why did Saber get summoned to a guy like this? Because he's magically delicious, you just don't know it. Harumph. Makes me mad. I haven't been playing around. I know I'm an amateur, but I don't think it matters right now. This is timeline 2, Shiro. Theoretically. So, the fact that this makes him mad, the fact that he's saying I haven't been playing around, really though he has been playing around, I don't think it matters right now. I suppose it's true it doesn't matter right in this instance. But you definitely could be doing more to work towards that goal if you really wanted to with the whole magical thing. Peak Shiro in combat seems to be like a monster. Possibly. Then again, it could just be that that's the spirit inside him coming out, so it's only really in combat that it ever really manifests. And in any other time, the willpower or whatever, or it's not necessary, or it's related specifically to the Grail. If he is some kind of weird spirit person inside him, maybe it only peaks when related to the Grail instances. That can't be inherently true, though. Well, I guess it can, because the Grail was still in the midst of summoning stuff, even when he freakily saw Rin from below the building. But it's not even entirely related to battle, though, because when he saw Rin, I guess Archer was in the vicinity, so maybe there was a correlation there? Or the fact that she was a master? Maybe. I don't think it matters right now. This doesn't make any difference. There's no point in complaining about what's already happened. More importantly, I have to pay back my debt right now. Tosaka takes a breath. Well, I'll begin. Mika, you don't know what kind of change of clothes. Not used to that usually in these games. He was still a really good archer who never missed when he was in the club. Yeah, that also shows some skills. That he's secretly Archer all along. I mean, you don't know what kind of situation you're in right now, correct? I nod. I thought so. Well, it was obvious, so I had to make sure, right? Or we just have 3 archers in the Grail War. We have Gilgamesh, we have whatever Rin's archer is, and Shiro's secretly some other archer spirit secretly all along, too. 3 for the price of 1. What's so great about archers? I had to make sure, right? It's only putting flab in my mind if I explain it to someone who already gets it. Ellipses question mark? I think that was a weird phrase, but I stay quiet as I think she'll beat me up if I make fun of her now. Makes sense. She wants to disconnect herself from the magic as much as possible, especially when around finally getting like someone to potentially be a magic equal with, only to find out he's not really a magic equal, having to explain the magic that she herself doesn't like. To put it bluntly, you have been chosen as a master. You have a holy sign on one of your hands, right? On your hand or on your arm, there are personal differences, but there should be 3 command spells engraved as a sign of a master. Or on your arm. I think I'm used to them usually being on the hand. I don't know if I know an example that was on the arm. Not off the top of my head. Things to think about. It definitely is more convenient if it's on the arm, though. It means you can just hide it with, like, I mean, I guess magical people would always sense it anyways, but you can hide it just by wearing a long sleeve shirt. Whereas if it's on the hand, you need, you know, a little more magical mumbo-jumbo if you really want to hide it. That is the sign of a master. On my hand. Oh, this. Yeah, that is also a spell that controls the servant, so take care of it. It's called a command spell, and you can retain control of your servant as long as you have it. What do you mean, as long as I have it? The command spell enforces unconditional obedience. That mark overrules your servant's will and makes him obey your command. There's no spell needed to activate it, and it'll be activated when you put your mind to using it. You'll be killed if you use all of your command spells, so be careful. Hidden Master could be hiding on their arm. Feels too easy they get to hide on their arm. Maybe if they get a shitty servant, they get to have it on their arm. I'll be killed? That's right. Masters killing other masters is fundamental to the Holy Grail War, and the masters that kill the other 6 masters are awarded the Holy Grail. Hmm. She explains it this way, and then Kara explains it. We've been over this. She explains it poorly. She's probably explaining it poorly because she's trying to enforce to herself that is how it is, and that the idea that she's going to have to fight Shiro even though she doesn't want it. But she's explaining it that way to try to enforce in her mind that it's going to have to come to that, so not get too close, even though she, in some level, wants to get close. What? I don't know that she's really trying to scare Shiro. Because if she was trying to scare Shiro, well, it's possible. I guess the through line is that she tries to scare Shiro. Kirei tells him the correct way. And then Ren's like, oh yeah, that's what I meant all along. Sorry if you misunderstood. I think it's more likely, though, she's trying to convince herself more than anything else. I don't think there's much of a point for trying to scare Shiro. I guess the idea is that he bows out of the Grail War, and that would be why he'd be trying to scare Shiro. But she is the one who recommends to bring him to Kirei in the first place. And then when Kirei says it's about killing the masters, I believe, no, it's Rin who brings up that, wait, no, it's not. Even though that goes against what Kirei is saying in the moment and what she was saying back then. So I don't think she's really trying to scare Shiro. Or if she is, she backpedals later on. What? Hold on. I don't understand what Tosaka's talking about at all. Like the part about masters killing other masters. And the part where the winner gets a Holy Grail. Wait, does that mean that Holy Grail? You still understand? To put it simply, you've been dragged into a game. It's a rival game between the 7 masters. A game called the Holy Grail. A battle royale that won't end until you kill all their masters. Tosaka Rin states as if it's the most natural thing in the world. Dash, dash, dash. The phrase I heard swirled in my head. The phrases I heard swirled in my head. I have been chosen as a master. Tosaka says she is a master. Familiars called servants. And a battle to the death between Magi called the Holy Grail War. Wait, what's that? What are you talking about all of a sudden? I understand how you feel, but I'm just telling you the truth. Besides, you should understand by now, having nearly been killed by a servant twice, you should know you're in a situation you can't run away from. That's a slip. Having nearly been killed by a servant twice. You just slipped and admit, I mean, you don't know that he knows that, you know, Lancer killed him before. Or rather, yes, exactly. That's what I mean. You don't know that he knows that you know, so that's a slip. Dash, dash, dash. And I believe, if memory serves, Shiro catches that slip on timeline 2, right? That's... Certainly I was almost killed by that Lancer guy, but... Oh, that's wrong. In fact, you weren't almost killed. You were actually killed. I'm surprised you're alive again. Well, that's an even bigger slip. I don't think she would have made that slip in timeline 1. She probably didn't have the she probably wasn't as flustered. Well, Archer got taken out, so she probably had to be a little more careful in this scenario. So she was more on guard and less likely to make a slip like that. Or she did make the slip and Shiro was really that stupid. I don't think she slipped this hard in timeline 1. It would make sense that she didn't because, yeah, she was more on guard with Archer out of the picture. Where here, Archer's still a potential, so she has her guard lowered and says something stupid by accident. Dash, 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 dash. Not almost killed, but actually killed. That's right. I was killed by that guy. I should be more surprised about the fact that I'm alive than about the situation I'm in. The wound in my chest. The escaping blood. The escaping warmth. And the pure voice I heard amidst all of that. Yes, like the voice of an angel. Rin Tosuker. Do you get it now? That's your situation. You can't run away just because you don't know anything. But you're prepared, since you're a magus, right? We're beings who kill and are killed. Tosaka's in a good mood. Maybe because she enjoys watching me be troubled. It's deeper than that. I think it's because she finally has sort of a connection with another magus of her age, and because she's always secretly admired you to an extent, and she knows that her saving you with the jewels was not wasted, and you saved her in return. Dash, dash, dash. Yeah, I'm already prepared, but... I'm already prepared. The way he's so confident about already being prepared. He was definitely more frazzled for a long time in Timeline 1. Here, though, even though he doesn't know what's up, as soon as it's explained to him, it all comes back to him, and he's like, oh, I know what's up. You know I was killed by Lancer, Tosaka? I wonder how she knows that fact. I mean, you know how, but you don't know that she knows that you know that you know that she knows. Damn, I got caught in the moment. She's acting suspiciously. That was just a guess. Forget about it. It's trivial. I believe Shiro does drop it to be respectful here. But he knows. He already knows. It's not trivial. Someone certainly... Forget about it. Your main concern should be grasping the situation you're in. She really doesn't like the notion that Shiro knows about that. Because that maybe gets... That comes to a really personal thing for her because she had to waste her jewel. Yeah, he explicitly states in his inner monologue that he knows. He didn't really say out loud that he knows for sure. So she wouldn't necessarily know that he knows. That he knows that she knows that he knows that she knows that he knows. But she gets so angry about this. Definitely suggests... it suggests, doesn't... She feels like that moment is really personal probably for multiple reasons. She had to use the jewel. She feels embarrassed about it. But also, that ties to her deeper feelings to Shiro that maybe she doesn't want to let on or feels weird about. And she's trying to play the card like, oh, I owe you. But if he knows that she saved him, he would suddenly have to owe her. But she doesn't necessarily want to be in that situation. She wants to maintain the high ground, plus not let on. Yeah. They're not necessarily at odds, the high ground approach plus the but I think it really is I think it really is more of the personal aspect and the feelings related to it than it is any kind of high ground approach. Otherwise, I don't think she'd be quite as angry about it. Denying it this hard, Shiro Probs throws the fact to the back of his head. Yeah, this is probably when he drops it and he tries to be polite about it, but he still knows. You're one of the 7 masters of the Holy Grail War. Look, every few decades, 7 masters chosen in this town are given a servant. A master uses his or her servant to kill other masters. This is the ritual called the Holy Grail War. I've also been chosen as a master. That's why I made a contract with a servant, and you made a contract with Saber. It doesn't seem like you summoned a Saber yourself, but servants are given... Wait, it doesn't seem like you summoned Saber yourself, but servants are given to masters by the Holy Grail, so it's possible for an ignorant magus like you to be chosen as a master. Wasn't there a circle? I feel like there's a fucking circle. I'm gonna go crazy thinking there was a fucking circle. Because he's talking about how there's this weird circle on the ground. He said that in the beginning. That can't be nothing, right? Ellipses. Toslak's explanation is too brief for me to understand, but there is one thing I do wonder about. Hold on, you said sabers are familiar, but I'm not convinced. Familiars are things like cats and birds, right? Well, I do hear that some use human ghosts, but Saber has a body besides. She doesn't look like familiar. I glanced at Saber. Saber is quietly listening to our conversation. She looks just like a human being. I don't know her identity, but she's a girl about my age. Familiar, huh? Well, servants are in that category, but they are on a different level. That girl over there is a ghost liner. Considered to be the strongest of all familiars. Ghost liner? Does that mean she's really a ghost? A ghost, huh? She's similar, but Saber would kill you if you compare her to one. I mean, I don't know if she would, because she doesn't seem to care about being compared to a female, so... Or rather, no, wait, she cares very much so. She wants to be a nothingness and not be thought of as a person, so honestly, the ghost comparison probably wouldn't bug her as much as you'd think. Shiro actually kind of caught on to the... Wait, she looks kind of alive fact. I suppose that's true, because he thought of Archer and Lancer as people that aren't, necessarily alive. I guess there's an idea there. That's maybe being hinted at, that I glossed over. It's not, I mean, it would just only go further proof the idea that it's a timeline to one who's experienced the timeline one already, but it's not a big deal if it is true. Servants are heroes of the past given bodies, being surpassing humans more like spirits. Oh, heroes of the past given bodies? That's right, a legendary hero that was pulled from the past or the present or whenever and given a body. Well, it's the role of the master. Some of them, the Holy Grail does the rest. It's impossible for a magus to give shape to a soul, so we're assisted by a strong artifact. Hold on, so a hero of the past means... What? Nani? Look over at Saber. Did you see heroin from the past, too? Heroin. Heroin's a drug. It's true that nobody would dress like that now, but still... Yeah, or whenever. The future past! The past or present. There's only one other option. Or another timeline, I suppose, if you want to go for a fourth option. That's impossible. I've never heard of any such magic. Of course not, this isn't magic. Think of it as a phenomenon created by the Holy Grail. It's impossible to create a soul and give it a body without it. We create a soul, then a servant isn't a ghost? No, haven't you been taught that all humans, animals, or machines that leave any great achievements behind get removed from the ring of reincarnation and sublimate into beings of higher rank? The ring of reincarnation. Nice. Rogue spirits are like that, to put it simply, they have been worshipped and made into artificial gods. Ghost magic, such as supplicating ghosts, use heroic spirits to make miracles happen. But the servants are familiars made from the heroic spirits themselves. So they accompany you in spirit form, but if need be, you can give them form to make the fight. So maybe you can give them form or keep them in spirit form. Except Saber, because she's a real girl. That guy that was with you disappeared by turning into a spirit form? Yep, he's keeping watch on the roof now. I think you could tell from the battle, but the only ones who can beat these servants are their servants. Spirits like them. Unless you, sword birth. Yeah. Well, we can attack them too if they take form, so we might be able to beat them. Servants are all as strong as monsters, right? So we let monsters deal with monsters. The master usually supports them from behind. Tosaka's explanation irritates me for some reason, because you called Saber a monster. Even Timeline 2, Shiro would definitely not want to think of Saber as a monster. She calls them monsters. I don't know about the other servants, but I don't want her to talk about Saber like that. Yep. Anyway, someone who becomes a master must kill all the other masters using his servant. Do you understand so far? Technically, yes, but I'm not convinced. She's really driving on this kill other masters. Maybe she gets it from Kirei, because that's how Kirei ends up first explaining it too. Like, it'd be one thing if she said it once, but the fact that she repeats herself feels like convincing herself, unless, like, she forgot what she was actually saying. But I'm not convinced. To begin with, who started such a thing and why? That's not something I know about, nor should I answer. You should pose that kind of question to the one overseeing the Holy Grail War. The one that I can tell you is all you can do is an end. Since servants are powerful familiars, you should use yours wisely. Tosaka says this and turns to Saber. So from what I heard from Emiya-kun, you must not be in full form, Saber. You were summoned by an apprentice magus who has no idea how to be a master. Yes, I'm not in full form, as you say. She was not in the magical energy to give me form. It will be difficult for me to turn to a spirit or to replenish my magical energy. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you're in that bad of a state, but I didn't think you'd honestly tell me. I was wondering how I ought to find out your weaknesses. Ugh. I mean, at this point, they're in the weakened position versus Rin and Archer. So it doesn't make much sense to lie, especially if it'd be an obvious lie, because they can probably take him down at any time. I do not wish to let others know of my weaknesses, but I do not think I can fool you. It would be meaningless to hide our situation from you. I agree. It'll be better for us to tell you of our situation, to have Shiro better understand the situation he is currently in. Correct, and you have a good personality too. Jeez, I'm regretting even more now. If I was your master, I would have certainly won this war. Saka clenches her fists in anger. You're already mad that you weren't the winner in Timeline 1? Maybe Timeline 2! Har har. Tosaka, do you mean if I'm not fit to be your master? Of course not, idiot. Calls him an idiot. Just it's something that any normal person would have trouble saying. What, do you have any more questions? She doesn't realize it. Her honor student image from school crumbles inside of me. Good, it means she's willing to show you the real her. She's willing to break down her walls. Would Rin and Saber clear this war? I mean, Rin's a good magus, but she's also still very reactive, so I don't know if she would have... I don't know if she would have been able to react well to the whole Gilgamesh thing. Even if she was a smarter planner, without Avalon from Shiro, she might just have lost to Gilly in the final run. Hard to say. Her student image from school crumbles inside of me. Good going, you say. Tosaka certainly shows no openings, just like a devil. Well, we're done talking, so let's get going. Tosaka suddenly says something strange. Huh? Go where? We're going to see the guy who knows all about the game you're involved in, the Holy Grail War. You want to know the reason behind the Holy Grail War, right? Of course, but where is it? It's already late, so... It'll be fine. It's in the neighboring town, so we should be back by dawn if we hurry. And besides, it's Sunday tomorrow, so it should be okay to stay up late. That's not the problem. It's just that a lot of things have happened today, so I want to have a rest and think about them. What? You're not going? Well, if you say so. What about you, Saber? Tosaka asks Saber. Doesn't he end up going anyway? Because they still end up getting the talk and still end up running into Elia, right? Hold on, this has nothing to do with Saber. Don't push her. Oh, you're already feeling like a master. You don't want me talking to Saber? That's not it. It's just that if what you said is true, then Saber's a heroine from the past, right? So she wouldn't know about this time since she was just summoned. So, Shiro, that is incorrect. Servants can adapt to any time, so I know a lot about this age as well. Really? Yes, this is not the first time that I have been summoned in this age. What? Nani? No way, what are the chances of that? Tosaka is surprised too. That must mean Saber said something incredible. Shiro, I agree with her. You lack experience as a master. As a servant making contact with you, I want you to become stronger. Saber stares at me silently. It's a gentle stare that's worried not for herself, but for me. Okay, I think by this point she's mellowed out a bit and is thinking about my condition. That's nice. Alright, I'll go. So, okay, and then they end up going anyways. Where is this place, Tosaka? It's a place we can come back from, right? It probably would have... I guess it went similarly in Timeline 1 because he would have wanted to avoid it anyways. And probably still would have went because of Saber, but... I think the reasoning behind going is a little different. And the reason behind not going, but... Theoretically, the reasoning in Timeline 2 behind not going is Kirei's there, that's dangerous. Whereas Timeline 1... oh, hello back, Tom Stomp. Hello back. Theoretically, in Timeline 1, it would have just been avoid awkward potential situations. But they both resolve in the same outcome, theoretically. Of course. Oh, and this would trigger it. We're heading to Kotomine Church in the neighboring town. That's where the false priest, the one who oversees this battle, is living. Any Timeline Shiro would want to avoid the church, because orphan basement. Sure, but, Timeline 2, Timeline 1 would want to avoid it to avoid learning the truth. Timeline 2 would want to avoid it because he knows the truth, so, Tosaka makes an evil smile. It looks like she's having fun dragging me around while I don't know anything. Ellipses. It might be prejudice, but I'm beginning to feel like there's a problem with her personality. It's because it's so against your perfect image that you had in your head. We walk through the nighttime town. It's past 1 in the morning and there's no one out at this time. The lights in the houses are out and only the street lamps illuminate the silent town. Tosaka, are you planning to walk to the neighboring town? Yeah, the buses and trains just stop. Running a walk in the night is good once in a while, right? I see. Then if you don't mind me asking, do you know how long it takes to get there? Well, it should take about an hour on foot. If it gets late, we can always take a taxi. Those are expensive. Oh, it's that kind of money. Yeah. And besides, what I mean is, it might be dangerous for girls to walk around at a time like this. You know it's dangerous, right? I won't be responsible if something happens. Oh, the sexism. It's still there for you, Shiro. It's still there. The general sexism, though, as opposed to the saber-sexualism. Don't worry, nobody's gonna mess with us. You may be forgetting, but Saber is really strong. Oh, she's right. Whoever it is, if someone attacks her, they'll be counterattacked viciously. Yeah, here he just accepts it, where I believe in the other timeline he was more, that seems wrong, she shouldn't have to do that. Rin, what was Shiro saying? I did not quite understand. Huh? Well, he was just making a big understanding of being plain stupid. Or being plain stupid. Or both. He's saying he'll help us if some pervert appears. Yeah, good on you, Shiro. I mean, Archer's also around, just invisible. To be fair, though, the argument can be made that him being visible would be more of a deterrent to people approaching them. Whereas, I mean, him being visible obviously causes other problems. But if he's invisible, a molester might come after. But there's 3 of them and a guy's there. So I think it was unlikely for, people tend to target the people that are alone, the molesters and all that. They generally don't go after groups of people, especially if there is a guy involved in this case. And Rin does give off kind of a confident presence, which does matter sometimes. Shiro's my master. I should be protecting him instead. I don't think he's thinking about that sort of thing. He seems unconcerned about Magi and servants and all. I kind of wonder what's going on in his head. I bet you do wonder, don't you? Ellipses. Tosaka and Saber now know each other well enough to talk to each other. Rin likes the idea of knowing her well, because it means she theoretically also knows you well. Also, she wanted Saber as her servant, but, She likes the idea of getting in close, but also is careful about it. There is the theory, though, of, I mean, if Shiro does just disconnect the contract, which is, I guess, Rin's idea, but she probably is so messed up in the mind she doesn't have a clear idea. Then Saber would just leave anyway, and it doesn't really matter, but in theory, at least, she is very much living the moment because of how reactive she is, so it's not that weird, I suppose. Saber's been silent ever since I stopped her from going out dressed like she was. She said she wouldn't take off her armor, so I made her wear a raincoat, and she's been quiet ever since. It really is a funny raincoat. Now she follows me and only speaks to Tosaka. Where are you going, Emiya-kun? Isn't that the wrong way?
Oh, but I know shortcut.
Wonder how Archer would react if Rin just replaced him for Saber. Pretty badly, I'm sure. Only speaks to Tosaka. Oh, interesting. I wonder if this was true in Timeline 1 as well. If it's true in Timeline 1, then that suggests that it's more just about not liking to wear the raincoat. If it's Timeline 2, it's exclusive, that suggests she's still feeling salty about the command spell. But it can't be that salty. Because she seems to care for Shiro, and that's why she wanted him to know more about the war. Maybe it still made her feel awkward, though, the way the command spell was used, and that could make the distance, even if she does want some more such and such for Shiro. We need to go get to the bridge, right? And this will be a shortcut. Taking charge. I want to walk alongside them, so I quickly make my way to the small side road. You don't want to walk alongside them, because what, you think you'll have to fight Rin later? You've already sort of accepted that? They follow me without objection. Have you already, in some way, accepted the call of the Grail? I guess it would make sense, because if this is someone who's lived through Time 1, you know how bad things can get, and how many people involved in the war are people you know about, and how you won't be able to stop things from happening if you don't sign up. You also would theoretically know that Ilya is waiting outside, so you know saying no is just going to lead to a bad ending, so you'd just skip it, which I remember that we do just skip it. We can't even get the choice to say no in Timeline 2, if memory serves. They follow me without objection. We come out into a park. We have to cross that bridge to get to the Narayan Town of Shinto, but I didn't know about this route. I see. Since you can get to the bridge from the park, all you have to do is head for the park. Tosaka looks up the bridge, talking happily. Those eyes look googly. Maybe it's just because it's nighttime. Tosaka's face looking up at the bridge seems even more beautiful than at school. I'm troubled. Even though you know the real her now.
You like the real her.
You just had to get past that quick little icebreaker. And then remember your time from Timeline 1 where you kind of sort of had some weird feelings for her, but they were all overshadowed by the saber-sexualness. It's weird to see Rin more casual than Shiro. I suppose, based on our Timeline 1 experiences, that is weird, but I kind of understand it. Because Rin sort of has the power in the relationship, because Archer's still around, and she is more wanting of the relationship, because Shiro was willing to use a command spell on her. Which would make her the more casual, definitely of the Shiro. Then the Shiro. Of the Shiro? Let's go, we didn't come here to play around. I hurry Tosaka, who is standing still in the park, and make my way up the stairs. Definitely does feel reversed, though. Rin being the more serious and Shiro being the more casual, when you think about it, was the more common dynamic in Timeline 1, typically. Once we reach the road alongside the bridge, Shinto will be straight ahead of us. She's stopping to take in the sights. She's trying to enjoy the moment, I guess, because maybe she knows things will get awkward in one way or another once they get to the church. And the awkwardness bothers her more in this timeline. There's no one on the bridge. That's only natural, as not many people use it even during daytime. It's more normal to use the bus or train to get to the neighboring towns. This bridge is rarely used. It's because it's so long and it carries a fear that it might collapse on you. What is this rope in the bottom right corner? What is this jump rope hula hoop thing? I don't understand. That must be why this place isn't used for dates. It was used for your date! Bazinga! Even though it's a perfect location-wise. That's stupid. What am I thinking? Saber is following me silently and Tosaka is walking right. You know what you're thinking. You're thinking about the date because you dated Saber in the alternate timeline. Ah! Trying to ignore them, I hurry across the bridge. Beyond the bridge, Tosaka leads us into the suburbs. When I think about Shinto, only the office building in front of the station comes to mind, but beyond those, the streets are very old. The suburbs are the oldest of all. There's hilly roads and lofty view overlooking the sea. As you go farther up the hill, there are fewer buildings, and the foreigners' cemetery built on the slope can be seen. The church is up here. You must have been there at least once, right? No. No, he exactly avoided going there even once. No, I know it used to be an orphanage, though. I see. It'll be your first time today. You should prepare yourself. The priest there is a difficult man to deal with. Ren, you have no idea just how difficult he is. Tosaka starts up the hill. Looking up, I can see a building at the top of the hill. So how does he react here? If he's theoretically seen through Timeline 1 again, if he theoretically has, maybe he cares more about things that were precious to him from Timeline 1 and things that were important to him personally than the villains. So maybe Kirei doesn't stand out to him. Even though it was huge for his character development, it was more forcing him to accept his own character development than it was related to Kirei personally. I can see a building at the top of the head, a church atop the hill. I never thought I'd visit God's house for the first time for a reason like this. It doesn't really comment on it. Wow, this is really awesome. The church is magnificent. The church's grounds must cover the whole top of the hill. A flat expanse welcomes me as soon as I reach the top. The church isn't that big, but it is compelling, towering over its visitors. Sure, I should remain here. Huh? Why? I can't just leave you when we've come up here together. In this case, it's safer, though, because Archer is still around. I did not come for the church. I followed to protect you, even though you suggested it. If your destination is the church, you should not go any further, so I shall wait here for your return. In Timeline 1, I thought for sure she was doing this because she knew Kirei was in this church and wanted to avoid any dealings. And that's why she waited outside. But in Timeline 1 at the end, like, she ended up being surprised when it was like, oh, yeah, it's Kirei at that church. I think Saber ended up being surprised that, oh, that's who was in the church all along. Oh, no, Shiro. That's a problem. It's still weird to me in hindsight. I believe the reason she gave for why she never entered, the real reason is just because of the weird aura. Like, she sensed the dead orphans or something and thought it was weird and didn't like it and never realized that it was Kirei. I thought it was exactly because she realized it was Kirei and didn't want her own awkward reunion that she waited outside, but Saber says clearly, it doesn't seem like she'll budge an inch, so I decide to respect her decision. Alright, then I'll be going. Yes, please do not let your guard down regardless of whom you are facing, Master. Because doesn't Rin say the Kotomine Church? It does. I guess Saber doesn't react to it or doesn't think about it or thinks, oh, it's Kotomine, but maybe it's not Kirei Kotomine? I guess that's fair. It is a large, impressive chapel. Since it's so big, many people must come here during the day. The priest here must be quite distinguished if he's entrusted with such a church. Tosaka, what kind of person is the priest here? It's kind of hard to explain. I've known him for 10 years, but I still can't grasp his character. Known him for 10 years? That's a pretty long relationship. Is he a relative of yours or something? Same time that you theoretically would have known Kiritsugu for, but Kiritsugu, died halfway through or whatever. He's not a relative, but he is my guardian. On top of that, he's my senior as an apprentice, and my second teacher. Huh, senior as an apprentice. You mean apprentice as a magus? That's right, but why are you so surprised? Because he's a priest. Aren't priests forbidden to use magic? By their nature, a magus and the church cannot be in harmony. It seems if there is a timeline fuckery, none of the Kirei feelings seem to have floated over. Yeah. Possibly because, and this is almost more healthy form, that the Kirei feelings haven't floated over. It suggests that the more things that are more important to him are his relationship with Saber, his relationship with Rin, and other people that are important to him in his life, and his character development of moving past the fire and trying to approach hard truths, but specifically Kirei and all that, didn't really come with him, and I think that's more healthy, even if it means he gets bamboozled again. A magus and the church cannot be in harmony. The organization that Magi belonged to was called the Magic Association. And the other side of religion, the side you wouldn't see while living a normal life, is called the Holy Church. Still, if this is post-Timeline 1, Timeline 1, he still had those nagging suspicions that there was some Kyrie kerfufflery going on the whole time. So if this is post-Timeline 1, even if the memories don't come with him, the smarticalness of knowing to confront hard truths should still get him to think some sketchy sketchness sooner rather than later, in theory. The side you wouldn't see while living a normal life is called the Holy Church. The two are barely similar, they cooperate on the surface, but they're always trying to kill each other when given the chance. The church hates heretics, they totally eliminate the inhuman, they count magic-using humans among their targets. The church miracles are only happening to only saints, any miracles performed by other people are heresies. There are no exceptions even for those within the church. The higher one rises into the church, the more one is prohibited from the impurity of magic. For a follower adjusted with a church like this, and the more divine protection one receives, the more one should stay away from magic. Did Saber even meet Kyrie before? I don't know. I feel like in Fate Zero, because wasn't that the whole thing? At the end of the first timeline, didn't Saber's like, oh, I didn't realize it was Kyrie all along, the one who fought against us in Fate Zero. I thought she said that at the end of Timeline 1. But I don't know if she specifically... I'm pretty... I don't know, because Kiritsugu didn't interact with Saber much in Fate Zero, and Kyrie was more Kiritsugu's enemy, I suppose. I still feel like Saber would have encountered Kyrie at some point, though. Maybe not. I feel like she would have. I don't remember. More one should stay away from magic. First of all, is the priest here on our side? Actually, remind me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it, not in Fate Zero, but in Fate Stay Night, Timeline 1, at the end, wasn't Saber all like, oh shoot, I know that Kyrie person, he messed with us in Fate Zero, I need to save Shiro from him. Wasn't that a whole thing? Was that not a whole thing? I feel like that was a whole thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Remind me if I'm wrong about that, not about Fate Zero. I don't know if he has divine protection, though. He's the one supervising the whole Grail War, after all. He's a real agent. I don't know if he's the one who has divine protection. Tosoka's footstep echo as she approaches the altar. It's a bad manners to do that when the priest isn't here, but it's so late at night. He won't be in the chapel, so if he is anywhere, it'll be the private room in the back. So who is this priest? You said a name like Kotomine before. I asked Tosaka while following her. Tosaka stops in front of the altar and turns to me with an uncomfortable expression. His name is Kotomine Kira. He's a student of my father, and we've had an inseparable relationship for 10 years now. Well, I wish I'd never met him, though. I feel the same way. I did not want an apprentice who does not respect her teacher. A footstep. You must have noticed our entry as he slowly appears from the other side of the altar. You didn't answer my repeated calls, now you bring a strange guest. So he's the 7th one, Rin. So maybe what happens in this timeline is, in the first one, maybe Kyrie wanted to toy with Shiro, and Shiro was like gonna be his prime plaything for this war. Maybe in this timeline, Kyrie realizes that his motivations and personality is slightly switched and more healthy, and so he decides to target Rin, and that's where the Rin daddy issues come up. Because I feel like we're definitely gonna find out that he killed Rin's dad. I think that is definitely going to come up, but so maybe that's what happens. So he prods Rin instead of prodding Shiro? Right, he's a magus, but he's pretty much a beginner, so I just couldn't let him be. I believe it was the rules to report here when one becomes a master, right? It's a rule you invented, but I'll follow it this time. A rule you invented. All for his evil plan to control the game like a jerky jerk. Very well, then I must thank this young man. The priest called Kotomine slowly turns to me. Look, dash. Without realizing, I step back. Ooh. He's not scary at all. I don't feel any hostility from him, but this priest still has a presence that makes the air around him feel heavy. I'm Kotomine Kira, the one entrusted with this church. Maybe in this, or maybe in the theoretical third timeline, he might take Shiro seriously enough to go full gotta fuck him over mode. Oh, what? You mean Kira, as in go straight for the kill immediately? That'd be an interesting way to maybe, like, if we have Kira as the final boss of Timeline 1, and then he's like maybe midway drama in Timeline 2. Maybe we just get him out of the way right away in Timeline 3. I am Kotomine Akira, the one entrusted with this church. What is your name, Seventh Master? I'm Yashiro, but I haven't agreed to this master thing yet. I glare back at the priest, trying not to lose against his presence. I think I did say that, but if there is more timelines, I'm wondering, I mean, I feel like there has to be based on the number of Taiga dojos, but if there is, like, that third timeline, I definitely wonder, like, for example, where the split would be, because, for example, the command spell, which, I mean, there's only really two options there. In theory, Shiro either uses the command spell to stop Saber, or doesn't. So if there is a third scenario there, I'm not sure what it would be, unless the split just starts later, which it certainly could. And if the split does start later, then which of those two options does it go with for Timeline 3? In theory, if it's going in chronological order, it should start with Timeline 2, where Shiro uses the command spell, rather than holding back. Although if it does go back to holding back in Timeline 3, I feel like that would be because Shiro realized how much of a douche Archer can be when he's doesn't get cucked. Third split is Shiro using the command spell, kill Rin. Due to what happens in the second timeline, I don't fucking think that's gonna happen. If this is like I'm highly doubting it. If this ends up being the Rin timeline, I don't think it's gonna end with Shiro hating Rin. I mean, he might start getting hard on for hating Archer based on how he's been acting now that he's not injured in Timeline 2. But I don't think he'd want to kill Rin. I don't think he'd go that dark. It seemed like he's getting past the darkness in Timeline 1 at the end of it. I mean, maybe there's still some more hidden goodies there, but... it'll also be weird to develop past darkness and then redevelop into different darkness. I glare back at the priest, trying not to lose against his presence. Emiya Shiro. Huh? Oh yeah, you do say your name. Huh? The weight on my back turns into a chill. The priest slowly smiles as if he's met someone pleasant. That smile. It makes me... I thank you, Emiya. You have brought Rin here. If it were not for you, she would not have come. At the moment, he's still being like, oh, it's fun that he's Shiro, and you know, hasn't really gone to the point of, oh, he's unhealthy. I mean, I still think Shiro definitely has some unhealthiness to him, but he's certainly more healthy than in Timeline 1. That smile, it makes me... Is this a realization, or did he have that line anyways? The priest makes his way towards the altar. Tosaka moves away from the altar and stands beside me. Then let us start. Am I sure you are Saber's master, correct? That's wrong. Certainly I made a contract with her, but I don't understand this whole master and Holy Grail thing. If a master should be a proper magus, then you should go and choose a better person. I see, this is serious. Does he really know nothing, Rin? I told you he's a beginner. Train him from the very first steps, will you? You're really good at that, right? Tosaka urges the priest. Oh, I see, that is how it is, huh? I understand this is the first time you've ever depended on me. Emiya Shiro, I can never thank you enough. Father Kotomine laughs. Calling him father now. That's funny, because he fought with your father. The conversation makes me feel uneasy. First, let's correct your misunderstandings. Listen, Emiya Shiro, master is not a role you can give to someone else, nor is it something you can stop being once you are chosen. Even though in Timeline 1 he had a choice to stop being it once he was chosen. Sure, he gets killed afterwards, but you know. Those who have the command spells carved on them cannot resign from being a master. You must accept that fate. Why can't I quit? The command spell is a holy mark. Becoming a master is a trial placed upon you. You can't escape it just because it's inconvenient. Except you totally give me the choice to escape it in the first timeline, but sure, whatever. I know it's more of a I guess the idea behind it, the idea behind why he's prodding him is because Kira really doesn't want to escape because he thinks it's going to be really fun for Kiritsugu's son to be on this Grail War. The other argument, the argument for why he could give this even though it's not true, which is probably the fake argument to hide his real intention of wanting Shiro to be part of this war, is that, oh, it's from a philosophical standpoint of, it would be philosophically or morally or something wrong to turn down this Grail War because it's such an honor or something. But totally, he just wants Shiro to be part of this war because he thinks it'd be dope. You cannot escape it just because it's inconvenient. You cannot be released from that pain until you obtain the Holy Grail. If you wish to retire from being a master, all you can do is obtain the Holy Grail and wish for it. If you do that, everything will be as you desire, Emiya Shiro. Your wishes, even cleaning out all the mud inside of you, is possible. Yes, it is possible to start everything over again. Going right for the fire thing, because he already knows about the fire. Do you know about his relation to Kiritsugu and that he's adopted? Do you? No, yes, you already do, that's right. The idea is that you knew about Shiro and about all of the orphans all along, and that he could have came to the church and he didn't. You just didn't know specifically that he was related to Kiritsugu. I guess that's the notion going on here, which is why he's able to prod immediately about starting everything over. Otherwise, he wouldn't know to prod there. Therefore, you should desire it. If the time comes, you will appreciate being chosen as a master. If you wish to erase those burns that cannot be seen. And yeah, he prods even saying burns. He totally knows. Okay, right. He just doesn't know the Kiritsugu connection, or he didn't at first. Yeah. All you have to do is accept that holy mark. What? I feel dizzy. The priest's words don't make any sense. They make too much sense. They just confuse me more and more as I listen. But still, his words soak into my brain and clot like blood. Kiri, don't go off topic. I asked you to tell him the rules. I didn't tell you to open up his old wounds. What do you know about his old wounds, Rin? I mean, then I guess you could argue anyone. It's even possible to start everything over again. I guess you could argue most people might have something they want to do over again. But everything over and the burns. This is implying, though, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but there's an implication here for sure that Rin also knows of Shiro's past, which she definitely shouldn't know about. She could just be generalizing, but, you know, the analyzer in me has to overanalyze everything, so there's a possibility there that deep down everyone has a little bit of shifted timeline. Oh yeah, and the mud. Right, that goes in line with how it's like, oh, he's using a bunch of mud. Don't go off topic. I asked you to tell him the rules. I didn't ask you to open up his old wounds. Rin is just doing what he usually does? Sure, fucking over people. I guess that's fair, but this does feel like specific targeted. You know, it's probably just a red herring line, but it is there. The voice cuts in. Tosaka? That clears up my dizzy head. I see. It is pointless to say anything to these kinds of people, so I was trying to take away his morality while he still misunderstood. Because you enjoy taking morality away? Yeah, based on that, clearly, Rin knows that that's what he would be doing with a person like this. Fair. I guess it is true that compassion is not good for others, and I rather enjoyed it too. Does it do you good to help him? Is that helping him? Is it helping him to take away his morality? I mean, maybe it's helping him in the fight if you're less moral, so you are willing to kill people, but... Of course, helping people means saving yourself in the end. Well, it won't do any good to preach to you now. Funny that he says that, because he probably doesn't really mean it, but, or at least means it in a dark way, but that's probably how Kiritsugu looked at it. Helping Shiro really did save himself. So let's return to the main topic, Emiya Shiro. The battle you have been dragged into is called the Holy Grail War. Here you learn from Rin that this is an all-out war between 7 masters using 7 servants. I did. It's some ridiculous thing where 7 masters kill each other, right? Indeed, but we are not committing these inhuman acts because we want to. I mean, you kind of are. Everything is a ritual to determine who is the most suitable to receive the Holy Grail. Because of its greatness, we require trials to determine its owner. Helping people means saving yourself in the end. If you aren't willing to help yourself, then saving other people doesn't mean anything, you know. You gotta love yourself to love other people. That's a common saying. What trials? I'll bet this priest doesn't think of this Holy Grail War thing as a trial. Hold on, you keep saying Holy Grail War, but what is it? It can't possibly mean the actual Holy Grail, right? Holy Grail. A child is said to receive the blood of Christ. It's considered to be the greatest holy relic, and considered to be capable of many miracles. The most common legend about it is the one that obtains the Holy Grail obtain the world, but that's just a myth. After all, the Holy Grail itself is pretty much something that exists but doesn't exist. A Holy Grail that makes the wish come true definitely appears in many folklore and legends around the world, but that's it. A fictional power that doesn't exist and isn't possible, that's Holy Grail. So answer me, Kotami Kira, is Holy Grail you're talking about really the Holy Grail? Of course, the Holy Grail that appears in this town is real. As proof, the great magic Grail of 7 servants has appeared. Summoning controlling past heroes, no miracle close to resurrecting the dead is almost sorcery. Holy Grail with this much power shall grant its owner unlimited power. The object's unrealness is worthless in front of that truth. Unreality. Dash, dash, dash. So, he means that even if it's fake, it doesn't matter if it has the powers that would overwhelm even the true Holy Grail. Alright, let's assume there really is a Holy Grail, then why is it required to do something like the Holy Grail War? We shouldn't be killing each other if the Holy Grail exists. If the Holy Grail is so great, we can all share its power. That's right. We can all share its power. No, it's just like, what Thanos says. There's not enough resources to go around. Sharing is not caring. That is a fair argument. We do not have such freedom, because the Grail is choosy. Only one person can obtain the Holy Grail. That is not something we choose, but the Holy Grail is decided. Holy Grail decides the 7 masters and summons the 7 servants. As I have said, this is a ritual. The Holy Grail chooses the people suitable to obtain it and selects its appropriate owner by making them fight for it. That is the Holy Grail War, the ritual where chosen servants are chosen. Those chosen, there are servants involved, but the Holy Grail slay each other to obtain it. Dash, dash, dash. The brief speaks plainly. I have no rebuttal and look down at my left hand. There is the mark they call the command spell. I guess as long as I have the mark, I can't quit being a master. I'm not convinced. Even though the only one person can be chosen, I don't like the idea that we all have to do is kill the other masters. All we can do. Hold on, you're misunderstanding if you think that you have to kill them. There's no need to kill the masters. Yeah, and Ren's the one who put the wrong idea into Shiro's head in the first place. So if Ren was really trying to scare Shiro into quitting the Grail War, then she backpedaled, which is why I'm thinking that she wasn't ever scared in the first place. I mean, I suppose she could be embarrassed about the fact she told him the wrong answer, but she never acts like she told him the wrong answer, which could be just her hiding it, but I feel like she was more trying to convince herself than anything, and wasn't even really thinking about it in the moment. There's no need to kill the masters. Tosaka taps on my shoulder and says something unexpected. Yeah, but you said we have to kill each other. Konamine said so too. You will kill each other. You be quiet, Kira. Now, the Holy Grail in this town is in spirit form, something physical, so we have to call it forth with a special ritual. We have to materialize it. We can call for it as a magic, but since it's in spirit form, we cannot reach it. Do you understand what that means? Yeah, only spirits can touch spirits, right? Oh, that's why you need the servants. Exactly. To put it simply, the goal of the Holy Grail War is to eliminate all the servants except your own, so there's no rule that you have to kill the masters. And despite that, that's how you started by explaining it to me. Dash, dash, dash. Man, she could have told me that earlier. Honestly, Tosaka and this priest were being mean. Now I'm relieved. So even if we enter this Holy Grail War, Tosaka's not going to die. That's a big assumption. It's still convenient for them to die. I see. I guess that is one way to think. Then let me ask you, Miyashiro, do you think you can beat your own servant? I mean, he's pretty good at being servants. Kira just not saying anything about Ilya and her role as the Grail vessel. I mean, that just makes things more juicy later on, right? Ellipses question mark? Beat Saber? That's impossible. Magic is useless against her, and she's very skilled with her sword. I mean, with your sword birth, it might be possible. Maybe. I mean, your sword birth is generally powered by helping her out, but if instead, in this timeline, you want to help out Ren instead, and your sword birth or arrow birth or something because of that, then maybe if Saber becomes an enemy somehow, I think you could theoretically do it if there was a reason to, if it ever came up. I don't think the theoretical situation would ever show up where you'd be prodded to want to do that, but if you were, I think there's a chance if you catch her off guard. If we go through enough timelines, Shiro could beat Saber. I think you potentially do it now if he catches her off guard, to be honest. Because, his sword breath is pretty fucking strong. Magic is useless against her, and she's very skilled with her sword. It doesn't even have to be sword birth, as we saw. He was able to sheath birth when he birthed, Avalon. He can just birth things. It doesn't even have to be, swords. Which means the idea of birthing, bows and arrows in this timeline isn't even that far-fetched. If he does become more of an archer fighter in this one. She's very skilled with her sword. Let me ask you one more thing. It's a boring question, but do you think you are superior to your servant? What's he saying? I can't beat Saber, so there's no way I'm superior to her. For this question, my answer will always be that I am weaker than my servant, so... Oh. That's right, servants are hard to defeat even with a servant, so what would you do? It's such a simple solution. Servants can only exist with a master. No matter how powerful the servant is, the servant will disappear if the master dies, so... That's right, it's a natural solution. No one would choose to take the hard way. I mean, they would if they're being morally a nice person. This reminds me of... It's kind of the inverse of Zatchbao. Well, no, not really. Okay, it's not the inverse. It actually is exactly correct that if you uh, kill the owner of the notebook, it should be much easier than defeating the Momoto. Although burning the notebook in the first place is probably easier than killing the notebook owner, anyways. Although that's debatable. It depends on how closely the notebook owner is guarding the notebook. I was going to say it's reversed in that actual Momoto death doesn't come up that often in Zatchbell, because killing the Momoto is much harder than burning the notebook. So you generally go for the humane option of burning the notebook rather than killing the Momoto. But I wasn't really even thinking about killing the human. They usually tend to skirt around that because if the human's ever in any real danger in Zatchbell, if it's really bad danger, the book probably gets burned with them trying to, if they're really getting hurt that badly. But, weird how no one in Timeline 1 really kills a master before servant, except Castor maybe? Castor kills her own master, yeah. Despite this whole talk about how convenient it is to kill masters, it doesn't really end up happening. I guess Lancer's master gets killed and Kirei steals Lancer. We don't know what comes of Assassin's master. Shinji gets killed, but that's after Ryder is already dead. And then the rest of them, Ilya lives because Shiro didn't want to go for the kill against her for sure. Rin lives because, Archer helped her get away. Shiro lives because he just, wins. Does Kirei die? I don't remember if he dies or if he, goes to jail. Does he die? I wouldn't be surprised if he dies. I just don't remember. But yeah, so Shiro, Rin, Ilya, Kirei is 4. We don't know Castor's master. We don't know Assassin's master. And then Shinji dies, but that's after Ryder. In theory, if Ryder isn't secretly Castor, no one would choose to take the hard way. If you want to win, the most effective way to kill the servants would be to kill their masters instead. He fucking dies? His chest explodes with a magic knife? I don't remember. I mean, it was a cool moment. I remember he wins the fight. I remember it's with the knife. I don't remember if he kills him, though. Okay, cool. I'm fine with him killing him. I just wouldn't be surprised. I guess it gives a better finality to it, but it would add to the unfinality. It would add to the idea that Shiro's trying to be a person that wants to save everyone, which I guess the idea is that we're fighting back against that now. But if Shiro really is a hero who wants to save everyone, even more than himself, then he would want Kirei to live and find some way to not kill him too. But Kirei just being in jail. Yeah, magic jail. I guess the magic people don't really care enough to have a magic jail. But I guess the whole point of Timeline 1 and the development there is that Shiro cares, he has to care more about himself and not just out of obligation. So it's not so much that he wants to be a hero. He is a nice guy, but there's no reason for him to care about bad people more than himself. He's not that bad, so he's willing to, do the killing blow. Which is fine. I just forgot because the normal hero mentality, which I guess Shiro is a subversion of, and that's the whole point. But the normal hero mentality would be, the Batman solution. I'm good enough to beat you anytime you want to fight me, so I'm just going to lock you up. But if you want to win, the most effective way to kill the servants would be to kill their master. Or the hero would at least get sad when they're forced to kill their opponent. But I don't think Shiro got fucking sad at all about killing Kirei. I don't think there's any moral dilemma there. Anyways, if you want to win, the most effective way to kill the servants would be to kill the masters instead. Okay, I understand that killing the masters is an effective way to eliminate their servants. But then if their servant gets killed, does that make someone not a master anymore? Only servants can touch the Holy Grail, right? Then there's no point to a master that doesn't have a servant. No, the rights to be a master still remain, as long as you have the command spell. A master is a magus that can form a contract with servants. As long as you have the command spell, you can form a contract with servants. The servants whose masters are killed do not disappear right away. They can stay around this world until their magical energy runs out. If such abandoned servants exist, a master with no servant can form a contract with them. This will allow them to rejoin the war. That is why masters kill other masters, because if you allow them to live, there's a risk that they will impede you in the future. Kirei is a perfect rebuttal against pre-character development Shiro's ideal. Orphan basement doesn't deserve to live. Yeah. All he wants is the evil chaos in the world to see people suffer. But yeah, it's just that, you know, for example, Shinji is a complete douchebag of a character in Timeline 1. But they take the cop-out answer of having Ilya kill him, so he's still dealt with, but Shiro doesn't have to do it, which seems very much like it's very archetypical of, oh, kill off one bad guy with another bad guy, so your good guy doesn't have to do it and keep being the goody-goody two-shoes. But they end off the timeline on Shiro being like, no, I'm not going to be the goody-goody two-shoes. I'm going to kill this guy and not feel morally bad about it at all. Which is fine with his development arc. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. But, a death with Shinji earlier suggests that might be his direction. But I suppose that's a red herring to the whole thing of how dark he is in the first place. Makes me wonder how Shinji's going to go out in this timeline. Is Shiro just going to be willing to fucking kill him himself? He won't be able to form a contract with their servants, and the freed servants will go off with someone else too. In theory, if this is post-Timeline 1 Shiro, he should be more willing to just kick Shinji's ass the moment he realizes that Shinji is doing a dirty. Imagine calling Ilya a bad guy. I mean, she's done some nasty stuff. I mean, look, I like the bad girl, and I like Ilya. Partially, I like her because of she's a bad girl. I think she's cute when she's being a good guy, too. I like that we're able to save her with our penis. I am a fan of that. But, like, you know, she still is a bad guy at the start. A very fun bad guy, but... you won't be able to form a contract with her servants, and the freed servant will go off with someone else, too. Wait, that's... Yes, you're right. If you use up your command spell, you'll be liberated from your duty as a master. Wait, why is Rin freaking out at this? What did I miss? However, I do not think a magus exists that would waste a command spell that allows them to use such powerful magic. And both of them have already wasted a command spell? Hold on. If you allow them to live... Oh, this is Rin objecting to this line. Being like, hey, no, I'm gonna allow Shiro to live if he decides to fight. Also, Rin has always felt icky about killing other people, and yet she's gung-ho about the fight. I've talked about that, but her personality is very warped. She's gung-ho about the fight because it's, like, obligatory, but she hasn't really think of the ramifications of actually killing another person, how goaty that's gonna be. What if you... Yeah, it was Shiro's fault that Ilya was a bad guy for being a baka. It's not Shiro's fault, it's Kiritsugu's fault. I mean, if we're gonna be honest about this, Shiro had fucking nothing to do with it. If you use your command spell, then you won't be able to form commands. Yeah. You will be liberated from your duty as a master. I think Ilya's motivations are half, you know, there's some justification, but that doesn't make her not, that doesn't mean she's not going overboard. If there exists such a magus, he isn't even an amateur, but just a chicken. The priest laughs as if he knows what I'm thinking about. Not forever. No, I mean, I think it'd be forever. That one bad ending implies that Shiro would have been stuck as a head forever, as her plaything forever. I mean, maybe she would have turned him into a homunculus, like in the other ending, but, I think his head would have stayed like that forever. Between Avalon's I guess Avalon's in the chest, but I think Ilya's magic just lets it work. It seems that way because his head would have been separated from the chest at that point, right? So it's not even Avalon. It's either Ilya's magic or Shiro's Wolverine powers. And given that Ilya doesn't seem to think it's weird, it seems like it's Ilya's powers. So I think he probably could have just been a head forever. Unless someone took her out in the war. Hopefully in that bad ending, someone did, like Rin or Gilgamesh or something, so that her magic could have stopped and Shiro could have been allowed to rest and die in peace or something. I mean, look, the ending where Ilya turns Shiro into her homunculus, that one's great. That one's a great ending. But the one where he's a head forever, that's not so great. I mean, it was fun to watch, but it's not as good of a happy ending for Shiro, I would say. As if he knows what I'm thinking about. In the bad ending, Gil and Carrie would have won. At least that's a little... To be fair, Ilya is eventually going to cupify. I suppose it's inevitable. So I guess her magic will break down at that point, and Shiro is freed regardless. I think Shiro said he doesn't know how long it will last because he doesn't realize it's probably Ilya's magic doing it. That's why he doesn't know how long it will last. Otherwise, he should just die. And the world just descends into chaos. The priest laughs. I like to think that in the ending, it's a good ending when Ilya turns Shiro into her homunculus or whatever, and they just end up beating Kirei anyways. I like to think so. Don't take my happy ending away from me. As if he knows what I'm thinking about. Ellipses. I'm annoyed. That priest is making fun of me. I think he's trying to provoke me. Yeah, 100%. You must understand now, so we will finish the explanation of the rules. Well, then let's return to the beginning of Yashiro. You said you have no intention of being a master. You still feel that way. If you want to abandon your responsibilities as a master, that's fine too. You say after prodding him a bunch. As you have realized, you may use up your command spell to end your contract with Saber. In that case, I'll guarantee your safety until the Holy Grail ends. Hold on, why do you have to guarantee my safety? I can protect myself. I mean, in this case against Kirei would just fucking kill you anyway. But I suppose normally, though, you'd have to deal with other masters since you're coming to kill you. I don't have enough free time to care for you either, but this is one of the rules. I've been dispatched to supervise the repeating Holy Grail War. That is why I must minimize the victims of the war.
You want to maximize them, though.
Protection of Magi who lost their claim to being a master is one of my biggest responsibilities as the supervisor. Shiro is fucked either way if he refuses. He dies by Kirei or Ilya. Pretty much. That's likely why Timeline 2 Shiro doesn't even consider turning it down.
He knows in the back of his head.
Alright, let's make a savey wavy here. Can't refuse the call! We see the future! Okay, I'm gonna take a little breaky wake here because I gotta pee and do all that other fun stuff. It's one of my biggest responsibilities as a supervisor. Repeating Holy Grail War, nani desu ka? Over the break, I do think Kirei's read of Shiro being a coward is very accurate, especially for Timeline 1. Hold on. Repeating, does he mean this kind of battle has happened many times before? What do you mean, the Holy Grail War didn't just start now? Of course not. Do you think a supervisor would have been dispatched if it were so? It is the duty of the Church to recover the Holy Relics, as we are the lowest of the special agencies. Originally, it was our goal to research and recover the True Cross, but here we have a duty to investigate the Holy Grail. The True Cross? True Cross Academy? That's from something. Is that Blue Exorcist? Maybe. We have to investigate the 26th... God. The 726th Holy Grail that appeared in the far eastern land. We must recover it if it is real and disprove it if it is not. 726th? That many Holy Grails? So much spin-off material! Who knows, just me that there have been at least that many things that seemed like one. And one of those is the Holy Grail from the Holy Grail War observed in this town. According to records, it is said the first battle occurred about 200 years ago. Since then, the battle between masters have been repeating in a cycle of about 50 years. Except this one's 10 because reasons. This is the 5th Holy Grail War since the last one 10 years ago. This will be the shortest cycle yet. About 200 years ago. What do you mean, 210 years ago? That would mean 50, 100, 150, 200. That would make this one the 5th one. If it was every 50 years, that would, in theory, this would make this one 5th one if it started 210 years ago and you're rounding down. Are you guys insane? You guys have repeated this thing 4 times already? I feel the same way. As you said, people have repeated this event many times. Yes. In the past, the Holy Grail Wars were terrible. Masters were driven by their desires, forgot their teachings as magic, and just killed each other indiscriminately. I mean, isn't that more or less what's going to happen anyways? I think you already know, but it is the highest crime for magus using magic in public. A magus cannot allow his identity to be revealed to society, unless he kills the witness. 5 timelines! Of course! It all makes sense. I think you already know, but this is the highest crime, blah blah blah. The masters in the past have violated that. The Magic Association dispatched a supervisor to caution them, but they only made it in time for the 3rd Holy Grail War. The one dispatched then was my father. Do you understand now, boy? The 3rd Holy Grail War. That would have been 60 years ago. Theoretically, would have been your father doing it. 60 years ago, you shouldn't have even been born. interesting to think about. I mean, I guess it could work out, but like 60 years ago means you're what, 40 something years old? Your father would have had to been like maybe 80 something, which isn't unheard of, but having a kid at a pretty late age, unless we're assuming that it wasn't, unless the third to fourth was actually more like a 40-year cycle, then it's a little more reasonable, but from what you said, isn't this Holy Grail War fundamentally bad? Oh, how is it bad? Of course it is. The past Magi were people who would break the rules of the magic, right? But the Grail chose them? Let's say this Holy Grail thing really existed. What will you do if the one who remains is someone who uses the Holy Grail selfishly? It's bad if such a thing is obtained by someone who has no problem killing others. If it's the job of the association to look after Magi, then shouldn't you you guys be punishing those kinds of people? I question with little hope. As I expected, Kote Carry laughs. Of course not. There are no Magi who will act outside their own interests. We only supervise the rules of the Holy Grail. We do not care about what happens afterwards. The association is not concerned about the kind of person that obtains the Holy Grail. What if they decide to end the world? Magi are part of the world. Do they care that little about their own lives? They're like, magic sucks this much. If someone decides to end the world with it, who cares? I mean, I'm part of the world, but I don't like my life. Is it that fucked up? Ah, everyone hates it. Why do we do it? That's ridiculous. What if the master that gets the Holy Grail is the worst guy possible? Like you, Kirei. It would be problematic, but we can do nothing. It is the Holy Grail that chooses its owner, and we do not have the power to stop a master who has been chosen by the Holy Grail. What if their wish was, let's reveal magic? Oh, then the association would have to step in. Let's make everyone magic. If everyone is magic, no one is. Or like, or like end magic altogether. Like, nobody can practice magic anymore. Everyone is muggles. That I think the association should be concerned, yeah, in either of those situations. Some master has been chosen by the Holy Grail. It is a grail that makes wishes come true, after all. The one who obtains it will be able to do as he pleases. But if you do not want that, then all you have to do is win it yourself. That is the most reliable way, isn't it? Prodding. He is trying to hold back his laughter. It's like he's enjoying my clumsy inability to accept the facts. What's wrong, boy? I think that was a good idea. Will you not accept it? That's none of your business. Anyway, I don't have any reason to fight. I'm not interested in the Holy Grail, and I don't feel like a master, even if you say I am. But you still say yes. So you're not concerned about whether the winner of the Holy Grail would do with it, even if it leads to disaster. That's... And then the fire thing is mentioned. I can't answer that question. Crap, his words are violent. They force the truth onto me, whether I want it or not. That's fine if you have no reason to fight. So you are not troubled about what happened 10 years ago? Uh-oh. Association's attitude is, well, we can't stop the Grail from doing what it wants. We can only somewhat mitigate damage. I suppose, but that's more of an excuse than anything. I mean, if you think a master has a bad wish, she can, like, fuck them up. But I guess there's no way to know if their wish is going to be bad beforehand, unless you, like, screen them, and even then they could lie. I mean, you could use, like, a magical lie detector. Is your wish bad? And to be fair, though, the Grail inherently is a bad thing, as we kind of know. The perfect therapist, for sure, in the worst way, but it kind of worked. Unintentionally. Nice job fixing it, villain. Yeah, we know the Grail's kind of, like, bad now, so theoretically it would choose masters that are, like, bad. So it'd be weird to be like, we have to make sure no bad masters with bad wishes, yet the Grail seems to probably be choosing these guys himself, so he's choosing bad people. The Grail clearly doesn't care, so I can see from the association's perspective, but you should probably just stop the Grail War in its entirety, but you're not going to do that, because the association cares too much about honor and all that junk. No trouble that happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago? That's right. At the end of the last Holy Grail War, an unsuitable master touched the Holy Grail. I do not know what the master wished for. All I know are the results of the disaster that came afterwards. Dash. For an instant, that image of hell flashes in my head. Hold on, that can't be. It is. It is an event that everybody in this town knows about, Emiyashiro. 500 killed or wounded, 134 buildings incinerated. That inferno, still unexplained, is the remains of the Holy Grail War. Oh, there, it's explained. Not explained anymore. 134, what an odd number. I know, like, it's 32 is number 1? No, it's 13 is number 2. What is the order in Ocarina of Time? Hold on, I'm going to Google it. I used to know this off the back of my head, but it's been so long since I played Ocarina of Time. OOT 312? No? Is that not right? Is it not OOT 312? Odd problem in Deku Tree. Oh, it's in Master Quest. It's 312. Well, I'm my first ever playthrough of Ocarina of Time was Master. In fact, I've only played Master. That's right. No, I played a little bit of the regular version later on, but my first playthrough was Master Quest because you know me, I like hard mode stuff. It was Ocarina of Time, Deku Scrub, number order. Link beats them in the order of second, third. Oh, it's 23 is number one. I see. I understand. 2, 3, 1. Okay, there we go. 23 is number one. That was the rhyme. I knew it ended with 1 because it had to be something is number 1. But 32 is number 1 doesn't seem right because that's just 3, 2, 1. 2, 3, 1 makes sense. I understand. Of course. What was it? 500 people dying isn't too bad in a grand scale. Still bigger than the preferred number of 0, of course. Anyways, dash, dash. On a grand scale, 500 isn't that much, sure, but, you know, there's still a lot of people to feel bad for that wasted their life on Shiro. I feel sick. My vision blurs. I lose concentration and I can't focus my eyes. My body stumbles. But I hold myself firm. I hold on to consciousness by clenching my teeth. I hold back my nausea with the anger boiling up in me. Emiya-kun, what's wrong? You're pale white. I know it's not a comfortable story, but if you want, we can take a rest for a while. Daw. Rin looking out for me. Must have looked terrible. Tasty hot dogs. I think it's very rare for Tosaka to be worried like that. Well, don't worry, I feel better after seeing your weird face. Definitely saved enough people in Timeline 1 to make up for those 500 people. He did save a bunch of people in the school. How many students does a school normally hold? I don't know this off the top of my head. Because, like, everybody in that school he theoretically saved, because they potentially could have been killed by Shinji if he wanted to, right? So, I'm just going to look up a random school. No, that would inflate the population. Let me try this one then. Huh, 963 for that one. Interesting. Oh, that one's got 1,200. That one's 800. That one's 1,100. Interesting. So about 1,000 seems to be not a bad number. So yeah, the school alone, he probably saved more than 500 people. Also, 500 doesn't include all those orphans. I mean, sure. Well, doesn't it? No, the way he worded it was, he said 500 killed or injured. 500 killed or wounded. So I think the orphans count. My school had over 1,000 students, but they wouldn't all be in at the same time. I mean, it depends on if you're talking about, like, a college or, like, a high school. And I believe Shiro is, like, high school level age. And a high school, you would generally be there at the same time. Not counting COVID time, of course. The way my school worked, there wasn't really shifts. My high school, my grade school, you would go there every day. Again, like, this isn't really college talk because Shiro clearly is high school age. If there is a 2-shift thing, that's not how my school did it. So I would think everyone would be there at once for the most part. But yeah, he said 500 injured or wounded. I feel like, aren't the orphans injured? Is the idea that the orphans don't count as injured? I think they count as injured. Debatable. I feel better after seeing your weird face. Rin calms him down. Because Rin saved his life? Hey, just what is that supposed to mean? I wasn't implying anything. I meant it literally, so don't worry about it. Maybe it's because that she's normally so perfect, so seeing her in a distressed state, or seeing her distressed for him makes him feel better about it. Well, fine. Hey, that's worse, you big oaf. Oh god, school's #1 honor student Tucker smacks me in the head. And that shows how much she likes me, I'd say. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so distraught by his comment. Don't look at me as weird. I like you. You're not allowed to think of me as weird if I like you. Otherwise, I don't think she would have felt so okay with slapping him. Definite chemistry from especially that interaction. I normally wouldn't like a girl that slaps me as her response, but at the same time, I know she's, troubled, and we have to save her with our penis, so I guess I'll accept it. It's certainly not an endearing character trait, but given that, we're gonna have to save you from your trauma and stuff, I suppose I'll accept that as part of your trauma. But once I save you from your trauma, don't hit me anymore, thank you. Smacks me in the head. That does it. With that, the nausea and anger go away. He likes the pain. It's only because it's Rin's pain. It's because she touched me, which reminds you of when she touched you and saved your life with the jewels. Thanks, you really did help, so don't bully me around too much. I've got a few more things to ask about it. She looks like she hasn't hit me enough. She still lets me continue. Oh, that's gonna frazzle her up for sure. She was already frazzled, that'll double, triple frazzle her. She lets me continue. Oh, you still have questions? Alright, let's let out everything you want to say. You should know what I want to ask. Yeah, he asked me to go on. Fine. I mean, sure I won't lose to you. I'll ask you. You said this is the 5th Holy Grail Warden. Has anyone ever obtained the Holy Grail? Of course, terrible event like that, annihilation, doesn't happen every time. Then, do not be hasty. It's easy just to obtain it. After all, the Holy Grail is tended to his church. If you speak of just touching it, I touch it every day. Huh? The Holy Grail's in his church? Of course, it is the only vessel. Well, technically it's in Elia right now. He really does get snarky as fuck around Ren. He's the senpai to Sakura, and saber-sexual to Saber. He's also kinda seems to be, if anything, he's the hero to, I guess he serves a similar senpai role to Elia, or tries to, but the way she acts throws him off his game. We mentioned earlier that the Holy Grail is in spirit form. We maintain as a well-made replica of the Holy Grail. We can use that as a catalyst to draw down the real Holy Grail and transform it into a Holy Grail that grants wishes. Holy Grail, Holy Grail! It's like the relationship between servants and masters. Yes, there was indeed a man who obtained the Holy Grail temporarily using the method. Then, was that Holy Grail real? No, what happened to the guy who obtained it? Nothing. The Holy Grail was imperfectly completed. It was the work of a foolish man affected by sentiment. Ellipses question mark? With the previous pressure gone, the priest now as if in regret. What do you mean? Didn't the Holy Grail appear? One of the rare times I think we're seeing a genuine emotion from him and not just his, delectable enjoying of chaos. Because he does regret how the last war ended. How he couldn't properly settle things with Kiritsugu. It is easy to just make the Holy Grail appear. Once the 7 servants are present, the Holy Grail will appear in time. As Red said, there is no need to kill their masters. But that does not complete the Holy Grail. That thing decides its own appropriate master, and thus it refused to be obtained by a man who avoided battles. Avoided battles sounds like Shiro, at least from Timeline 1. And to be fair, Kiritsugu wasn't quite the same thing, but he was more gross in his battles and less honorable about them, so that might have been it. So that just means it's useless to obtain the Holy Grail without settling matches with other masters. The master who first obtained the Holy Grail in the last war was just a chicken. He just ran away from the Holy Grail, saying that he didn't want to fight other masters. Wait, is this Rin saying that, or Kira saying that? I mean, Kira would definitely want to call him a chicken. Rin is probably just, what's the term I'm looking for? Expounding? Over-exerting her point? There's a term and I'm forgetting it. Anyways. So saying Tosaka looks away from Kotomine. Oh, it was Rin who said it. Very snarky about the honorableness of the war because of, from her father and all that. And the fact that her father was in the last war and that didn't turn out too well, so there's probably some PTSD. No way. Does that mean Kotomine was one of the masters in the last war? And that he retired because he refused to fight in spite of obtaining the Holy Grail? That's not quite what happened. Kotomine, you didn't fight? I did until halfway, but I made a bad decision. As a result, I only obtained an empty Holy Grail. I feel like this is a lie. Isn't it Kiritsugu that would have touched it prematurely? I guess, Kiri could have kind of touched it in the argument of the bad decision. What even is the bad decision? The bad decision he made, because I feel like he felt pretty confident with himself towards the end of the war. I just don't really know what his bad decision was, unless he's saying... Oh, is this when he's saying that his bad decision was when he got Assassin killed? I guess it was my limit anyway. All the other masters were monstrous. I lost my servant first and was taken under my father's protection. Right, okay. So he doesn't reveal a thing about Gilgamesh at all, but it's just weird that he says that I made a bad decision, I obtained an empty Holy Grail. He is suggesting that he did obtain it, and yet the only way he would have obtained it would have been when Gilly handed it to him at the end, if that did happen, but that would be implying Gilly, which would imply another servant, so I don't exactly know what he's talking about, but come to think of it, it was inappropriate for a son of the supervisor to be chosen as a master. Father died at that time. Since then, I have succeeded the role of the supervisor. I protect the Holy Grail at this church. Yes, it was very inappropriate. That was the whole point. It was a scam. Saying that, the priest called Kotamine Kire turns around. Before him stands a symbol of worship. That is the end of our conversation. The only one qualified to obtain the Holy Grail are those who have servants. When there is only one of you left, the Holy Grail should naturally appear in front of you. Tell me your decision regarding whether you want to join this battle, the Holy Grail War, now. The priest requests for final decision. Dash. I'm at a loss for words. I had no reason to fight until just now. Now I have reason to fight and the will to fight. May I really accept this? So decided? Look, a master is not something you can be just because you want to. Rin has been training long as a master. It was not determined that she would be a master. All that could be decided beforehand was whether to prepare for it or not. I mean, in that case, the Grail chose Shiro because, not just because he's some rando that needs to fill the slots, but because he's actually super special awesome. Only Magi are to be chosen as masters. If you are a Magus, you should have been ready already. I mean, I'm not really a proper Magus, but sure. I mean, I'm more than a proper Magus, but also less at the same time. I guess it cannot be helped if you say you are not. You and your teacher were failures. Of course, because he knows who Kiritsugu is, he's going to provoke. You and your teacher were failures in that case. It is merely annoying for such a Magus to be fighting, so get rid of your command spell now. Dash. He doesn't need to ask. I won't run away. Honestly, this Holy Grail War and Master stuff doesn't seem real to me. But still, if I must choose between fighting or running away, I'll never run away. That's right. Be the Shinji Ikari that believes in you. What? I'm mixing too many things. I'll never run away. The priest said it as well. If I'm a Magus, I should be ready. Yes, the confidence means he can't choose no. Or, it could be the confidence, or it could be just knowing that if he chooses no, he dies, so he doesn't because of that. That's why I must decide. Even though I'm an amateur, Emi Oshiro is a Magus. If I've decided to become a superhero in the footsteps of Emi Kiritsugu, who I've admired all this time, I will fight as a master. If the cause of the fire 10 years ago was the Holy Grail War, I can't let it happen again. As if he likes my answer, the priest smiles with satisfaction. Yeah. Dash. I have cut away all hesitation. As a man, I said I will fight. So from now on, all I have to do is go forward with pride and refuse to go against my word. Then I shall approve you as Saber's master. In this instance, the Holy Grail War is accepted. I approve the battle in this town. From now until only one master remains, everyone shall follow their pride and compete fully against each other. Except with your alliances. The priest's voice echoes heavily through the church. There is no meaning to that declaration. Be the Shinji. Never be said in the Fate community. Different Shinji. I just always go back to the mustn't run away thing. Anyways, I don't know. It struck deeply for me, not just in a meme level, but I liked the narrative impact. There's no meaning to that declaration. Only Tosaka and I heard the priest's words. This man merely rang the starting bell as the priest of this church. He's starting his own Grail War because he's cheating in his part of it. So it's decided. In that case, I'm going home. But may I ask you a question too? I don't mind. This might be our last chance, so I shall answer most questions. Then I shall ask Kire. You're the one in charge of overseeing this. You should have information on the other masters. I've followed the association's rules, so at least tell me. I'll let you know. You weren't gonna come if it wasn't for Shiro, so you're trying to cheat information from him when you weren't even gonna come, and then he gives it to you anyways. At least he could be lying, but he gives you some information. That's troubling. I really want to tell you, but I don't know the details either. Including Emiyashiro, there are not many legitimate magi this time. There are only 2 masters I know about, 3 if you include Emiyashiro. Oh, I see. Still, you should know the order in which they were summoned. And yet you don't say anything about this other master. What is the one other master you know about, I wonder? I mean, is he being honest and saying that the master he knows about is himself? Because if there is any other master, that implies nobody followed his rules except for Rim. It's funny to think about. I mean, Shinji would have been too scared. Ilya wouldn't have cared. If Riders, if Assassin's Master was a newbie, they probably wouldn't have bothered. I don't know about Castor, but Castor probably would have been wanting to be secretive at the temple. And that just leaves Castor, Rider, Assassin, Berserker. Who does that leave? Lancer. No, you're Lancer, so of course you don't count. I assume the master he was talking about was Lancer's previous master. Oh, what, and he just killed him because of it? That's even more fucked up. Oh, thank you, so you're one of the masters. Kill, I'm going to steal your servant. That would be funny. It could be true then that actually Lancer was the first one summoned and he lies about the actual order, if that's the case. Oh, that would suck for whoever the real master is. There's probably, if the real game never explains much about this master other than, oh, they were the real one before Kirei stole them, there's going to be so much, I don't know if there's any canonical AU, but so much fanfic AU of this other Lancer master, definitely, especially if they're a female. Oh, you know it. This Lancer and this other female, oh, there's some AU romance fic, let's go. You should know the order in which they were summoned. You are a supervisor, after all. Berserker was first. Castor was second. The rest are pretty much the same. Archer was yesterday, and Saber was summoned a few hours ago. Okay, so Lancer, Assassin, and Rider, you're saying all happened at the same time. That could be a lie, and Lancer actually came earlier. Could be. Berserker and Castor. Berserker being first makes sense. Castor being second is interesting. The fact that they go out of their way to point that out should suggest something. That Castor's master is not just a nobody. There are so many fanfics. Oh, I'm not surprised. This definitely seems like the kind of visual novel that would get a whole bunch of fanfics. And Saber was summoned a few hours ago. But yeah, Castor, it'd be interesting if Castor was actually, if she's second, I feel like that's important. I feel like that wouldn't be said for nothing. So her master probably shouldn't just be a noob. I think her master is a somebody. So what, Kazuki? Is Kazuki a somebody, though? If he is, he's a secret somebody. I don't know, that's what's actually suggest. Unless it's somebody we've never met, like Makiri. The fact that they were summoned earlier, like, because Shiro is a nobody and he gets his toward the end. Ilya knows exactly what's going on and summons hers first. Rin waited to the last minute, but that's because she's a very reactive person. So I feel like whoever summoned Castor is a somebody and not a nobody. With Shiro being a nobody in this hypothetical scenario. I see, then that means the Holy Grail War has officially started. Rin, you are not allowed to come to this church till the Holy Grail is over. The only time it's permitted is when I lose my servant and wish for protection, right? So I pretty much get points deducted if I come here for another reason. That's correct. You may become the victor, but the church will not ignore the points deducted. That's a real thing? Points? I thought it's the Grail is the only thing that cared about it. You think it'd be... I hear a lot, like Rin saying points deducted. I feel like that's a joke. And then he continues and starts to take it seriously. And I don't know if that's continuing the joke or if I'm supposed to be taking that seriously. They will take the Holy Grail away from you after a boring discussion. That would be the worst case scenario. Is that a joke? Because, like, if you can just take the Grail away from someone for something like that, you think you can take it away from someone and you think they're a bad person? Feels like conflicted morals, unless it's just meant to be a joke. You fake priest. A person on the side of the church is supposed supporting the Magic Association. I am serving God. That does not mean I am serving the church. Whatever. That's why you're a fake. Tarasaka turns her back to the priest. After that, she just makes her way to the exit without saying goodbye. Is that okay, Tosaka? He was your fellow pupil, right? So... shouldn't there be a more proper farewell? I don't care. I feel rather relieved from breaking my ties with him. More importantly, you should leave too. You have no business here now. I mean, Shiro feels really awkward about Kirei, so I'm surprised that he actually is like, oh, wow, Rin, you're so distant. Maybe it's because 10 years ago, they've had a 10 years ago relationship. Shiro has a 10 years ago relationship with Kiritsugu. Maybe he thinks Rin would have a similar relationship, and envies that Rin still has her 10 years ago relationship present. To an extent. Tosaka walks across the floor without stopping and leaves for good. I sigh and follow her, and then, I feel a presence behind me and turn around. The priest, who's behind me, before I know it, is looking down at me. What? Do you have anything else to say? I back off as I say so. Just as I thought, I don't like him. Or no, he didn't say that. He changed his expression, so I thought he did. Maybe we're just incompatible or something, but I can't get myself to like him. If you don't have anything to say, I'm going. Maybe he was scanning you, being like, you've changed since the other time. No. Or, you seem conflicted, or something, I don't know. I don't remember if he still did that in the other timeline. Whatever. I make my way to the door, trying to escape his stare as I go. Oh, no, he still says rejoice, so it's probably the same. Rejoice, boy. Yoroko Shibe, or whatever they said. Your wish will finally come true. The priest says as if declaring an oracle. You think that's my wish, but I've already character developed, I think. Still, it's a pretty obvious wish to assume that he would have, especially if he's been prodding me for so long. The priest says as if declaring an oracle. Yorokobe. Those words aren't those the true feelings I haven't yet realized? Foreshadowing. Is this new in the second pathline? Pathline? Pathway? Timeline? Pathline. Self-realization. What are you saying all of a sudden? You should know your wish will not come true unless there is a clear evil, even if it is not something you approve of. A superhero requires a villain to defeat. And Kira, you're that perfect villain. I feel like everything has turned black. The priest said it. Line. Time. Path. Way. The greatest wish and the ugliest wish I have are the same. Yes, the desire to protect something is at the same time none other than the wish for something to violate it so that you can protect it. Yeah, Grody. You! But there's no way I'd wish for something like that. I don't remember a moment when I've wished for that. The thing is, though, in the other timeline, you really needed it, or you wanted it, to save yourself. But now, theoretically, you should already be saved. Maybe you just don't realize how saved you are. At least not yet. Such an insecure wish. Just means the target ideals are inconsistent. Yes, you're right. The target ideals are inconsistent. If you actually have that wish, then, actually wanting to be a superhero isn't your real wish if you'd really wish for the supervillain to make it true. But being a superhero was never really your real wish anyways. But the priest says as if to pierce my heart, good thing you have an enemy now. No, you do not have to gloss over it. Your words are normal for a human being. The priest smiles. Dash. I shake off the priest's words and walk to the door. If I'm right, he should at least have this self-revelation about this wish, and maybe a talk. I don't know if he would talk fully with Saber, because it feels like a Timeline 1 thing that wouldn't necessarily reach Ed. But he should have some internal revelation and development sooner rather than later. Because just ignoring it seems unlikely. Unless he's ignoring it for a different reason at first, or a different reason causes him to ignore it when related to someone like Archer, if that causes an immediate conflict, and then his focus gets drifted to that, possibly. Farewell, Miyashiro. This was my last warning, but take care on your way home. Also, just because he's developed, he doesn't necessarily, it's still, like, the most important thing and took so much prodding that even if he's generally developed, that as the big boy wish might be something it still takes him a little bit of time to get over. Without the actual memories, specific memories of it happening, assuming there's mental time travel. Your will change completely from now on. You're now at the point of kill or be killed. You are now a master. He said so as I quickly make my way out. Alright. It's a bit windy now. It must be partially because this place on top of the hill. Because the Berserker fight was so cool, and I enjoyed it so much in Second Timeline and the Archer stuff, I remember this stuff pretty well, so this is probably the most likely part for me to just skip a lot of. The wind is a bit stronger than normal and carries a sharp chill. Shiro, is your business here complete? Yeah, I learned more than enough about the situation I'm in. With the Holy Grail War, about the Masters, everything. Every Timeline 1 Shiro in the epilogue still thinks he hasn't grown up that much. That's true. He still has more growing to do. But he's definitely in a healthier place. Then she comes closer and looks up at me. It's only natural for her to do so. Her fate is determined by my choice. I don't know if I'm good enough for you, but I've decided to fight as a master. I'm sorry that I'm only an amateur. Are you still content with that I'm your master? It matters not. You are already my master. I have already sworn to be your sword. That scene flashes through my mind. You're right. Yeah, I'm relieved that you say so. I take a deep breath and look at Saber again. Then let's shake hands. Let's do our best together, Saber. I extend my right hand. I don't care what relationship a master and a servant should have, nor do I know what I should be doing now. At least you're not as, sexually infatuated. At least it seems so. You know, if you're going on for a handshake and not a, a hug for a squeeze, if you know what I mean. And this is the way things are going to be. I at least want our first greeting to be in style. In style? Yeah, there will always be problems. That's true. It's true that there's always problems. However, you know, in a story, if you want a problem to be solved, there's like, you know, narrative, joy. Joy? That's not even the word I was looking for, but you feel satisfaction. That's the word. When the problems get solved. So it's fine for, I guess, problems. Like, if a problem is introduced and not solved, I'd rather think of it more of as a quirk. Because if a problem is never meant to be solved, then either it's a dark story, or it's more of a quirk than a problem anyway. So this is greet her in style. Oh god, a girl's hand. Yeah. Dash, dash, dash. Saber, are we not supposed to shake hands? That is not the case. I was really surprised by this sudden action. Yes, he seems very professional all of a sudden. Saber takes my hand as she says so. I shall swear to you once more here. As long as you possess your command spell, I shall be your sword. I don't get the situation too well, but yes, please. Equating desire with blame? I guess it's not so far-fetched in this context, but still suspect. Desire with blame? Depends on the desire in question, I suppose. I mean, you don't necessarily need to be blamed for wanting people to save. You would definitely be blamed, though, if you wanted to cause the situations that require the people being saved. There will always be people in trouble, so you shouldn't necessarily need to be, because of the way humanity is, you shouldn't necessarily need to be blamed for wanting to be someone who saves people. But you should just know there are people that need saving. You shouldn't need something like Grail War to do it anyway. It just goes back to the whole Shiro not even really wanting to be a hero anyways, not knowing what he wants. Like, if he really wanted to be a hero, he wouldn't need to get something like a Grail War to make it happen. It just forces him to confront it easier because it's a much simpler way to force him to get an enemy. Where he could have had one anyway. If you really wanted to look out for enemies to save people from, you can do that in the real world all the time. I don't get the situation too well, but yes, please. Saber is really serious, so I nod. Come to think of it, this is weird. We're under the winter night sky. I'm shaking hands with a girl I just met, and we're talking like we're making a contract. Oh, I guess I can leave you two, huh? I quickly let go of her hand. I held her hand, cooties! When I turn around, I see Tosaka and that knight in red. You two are getting along well. You weren't even talking before, but things have certainly changed. You trust Saber now? Yeah, Shiro probably did feel awkward. He used the command spell, so she probably felt awkward back. But now he's willing to shake hands. The shake hands probably is probably upped her Shiro points a little bit, even if there's still some PTSD from that seal. You trust Saber now? No, that's not it. Well, I guess you're right. Which is it? I don't know anything about Saber yet, but I'll be with her from now on. I see, then you should be on guard. Since you two are in this war, I won't go easy on you either. You say that casually, but you're wrong. You're doubting your own feelings, I bet. So, if this is the Rin pathway, and we dovetail into the Rin pathway, this is how I stumbled on in the first place, was on the Fate pathway. I made a choice that made, hey, we're not going to be with Rin, and that goes on the Rin pathway. Then the theory there, to me, should be that, I mean, well, there's obviously distance makes the heart grow fonder, but there's theoretically, probably, almost certainly, going to be a Rin and Shiro fight in this timeline where they're actually going to fight, probably because Rin's not going to know how to control her emotions, and she's going to be like, I just need to kill him so I stop worrying about him anymore, worrying about whether I want to like him or not, because the longer I put it off, the worse it's going to get, so she tries to kill him or something. But then it gets to the point where she realizes that she can't do it because she cares about him too much. She already let it get too far, and then they end up teaming up later on down in the pathway, is my assumption if this is the Rin route. I won't go easy on you either. Question mark? I tilt my head in wonder. For a brief moment, I don't get what she said. Hey now, do you understand that we're enemies? I feel like it's Rin trying to force herself to understand that they're enemies, even though she doesn't want it. I brought you here because you weren't my enemy yet. But you're one of the masters now, right? Then I think there's only one thing to do now. She's right, but... Why, I don't intend to fight you. Man, just as I thought. Geez, it was meaningless to bring you here. Tosaka slumps her shoulders. Rin, it's the Archer waifu route? Well, obviously. It's the one where we realize that we are Archer and then have sex with ourselves from the future. Rin. What, I thought we promised that you wouldn't talk until I tell you it's okay. Oh, wait, that was Archer that said Rin just now. I know, but we will make no progress like this. Archer just wants to cut the bush. If we're officially enemies now, Archer just wants to get to the whole fighting part where they do the fight. We don't need to find out if our enemy is ready or not. If they're enemies we can defeat easily, we should attack them without holding back. Rin wouldn't want that for several reasons, but I know that without you having to tell me. If you know that, act on it. Or what? Are you going to show him mercy again? I mean, there's mercy. There's also the fact that she likes you. I don't imagine so, but don't tell me there's a special reason for this. Oh, there's a special reason. That's not it. Ooh, Archer sees through it easily, right away. That makes sense. That goes in line with the idea that Shiro and Archer are the same person because Archer is smart from the future past, where Shiro has developed fully and is a very smart person. I just owe him one. I can't fight him fairly until I repay him for that. That is such an excuse. You don't owe him anything. You saved his life first. You sure are difficult. Then I shall be disappearing. Call me again after you repay him. The night in red, Archer disappears. Rather, I just can't see him anymore. According to Tosaka's servants or spirits, Saber says she cannot turn into spirit form, but I'm sure Tosaka's servant can since Tosaka is a complete master. If Archer is Shiro, which number timeline is he from? Oh, well, shoot, Archer... I mean, they said they can summon from the future, so Archer's from the future and from an alternate timeline at the same time, but also from the past somehow because they used his voice when he in the past talking to Saber, and Saber triggered his memories. But would his memories be triggered just because he's Shiro and knows Saber, and that's why his memories are triggered, and that's a red herring on the voice actor side? Which means if it's time, it's probably like timeline. You know, what is it? Earth 69 or what? Timeline 69. The sexy timeline. Wait, what is it? What's it called? Earth... DC... Earth... 89? 60... What is it? 89? 89. Is that the important one? Earth 89 is the Arrowverse. Wait, what? Or no, the Arrowverse has an Earth 89? I don't fucking know. He's from Timeline 69. Let's just go with that. Well, that aside. Tosaka, the thing about you owing me, do you mean what happened back then? Yeah, no matter what the reason may be, you use your command spell to stop Saber, so I have to hold back a bit to balance things out. Earth 52. Alright, timeline 52 then. There, it's fair. I don't know DC that well. I know Marvel better because of, you know, the Marvel movies. I haven't really experienced much with the DC side. I mean, I watched myself a good Batman Begins and Dark Knight and all that, but like with the whole DCEU they've sort of been doing recently, I haven't really been watching much of those. And by much, I mean I don't think I've seen any of them. I just heard how bad Batman v Superman was, and it's sort of like, And I know the recent ones have supposedly been gooder, but I don't know. I'm not quite at the time where I want to bother checking out more superhero movies right now. I'm sort of just content with the Marvel stuff, but I have to hold back a bit to balance things out. Balance? You worry about weird things, Tosaka. I know, I understand this is just flat in my mind, but I can't help it. I hate owing people.
You don't owe me. Stop lying to yourself.
She turns away. This service is limited. I won't hold back tomorrow, so go and make plans with Saber. So the service is only for today? Yes, well, I brought you here. So at least go back to town with you. If Tosaka was really confident, she wouldn't be saying things like, Tosaka starts to walk without looking at us. Let's go, Shiro. As she says, it's not good to stay here. Ellipses. I nod to Saber and follow Tosaka. Alright. Berserker, show yourself. The three of us descend the hill together. It might be because Tosaka is walking ahead, but we go down the hill with a few words. There's a forked road ahead of us. One path leads to the main street going towards Shinto Station. The other leads to the big bridge leading to Miyami City. Why do I always do that? Miyami. Why do I always do that? I don't know. Dash. Tosaka stops at the intersection. Tosaka, why are you stopping? We should head to the bridge if we're going home, right? No, I'm scared, but... Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm scared. Tosaka's never scared. I'm sorry, but go home by yourself. Oh, because what? You want to fight Berserker alone? Sorry. I forgot since I've been concerned with you, but I'm busy. I'm already in Shinto, so I'll go look while I'm here. That's an excuse, right? Excuse because you sense Ilya nearby and you don't want me getting involved? I think so. I don't think she said this last time in Timeline 1. If she did, I don't remember it. Go look. You mean for other masters? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know about you, but I've been waiting for this time. This night, the start of the battle between 7 masters, the Holy Grail War. How long you plan to go today? What is it? It's 12 now? At least another hour. I mean, it might be a good stopping point just to get past the opening cutscene, because that's where I'm fully caught up with where I was before I took my break after my first big playthrough. So we're at least going to get to the opening cutscene, which is fairly easy within the next hour, given how fast, brisk pace I'm going to go. I don't know how much I'll do after that. Probably not too much, but since it is a good stopping point. But the start of the battles between 7 masters, the Holy Grail War. Somewhere between 1 and 2 hours. I wouldn't go to 2 hours. Not 2 more hours. 1.5 max? That sounds fair. So I can't go home now. Since I couldn't beat Saber, I need to take it on some other servants. Or you're taking out your love mental problems on other servants. You can't take it out with the love, so you have to take it out with the fight. Dash. Tosaka's eyes show her determination. That makes me realize, Tosaka Rin is a magus. Her mentality and her knowledge as a magus are complete. Dash. So why? Why do I get this feeling like she's horny for me? So we'll part here. I've repaid my debt, and it'd be troublesome if we stay together any longer. We should part here and become enemies from tomorrow on. Why does she have this part of her that's unlike a magus? Aha! You see the brokenness. The smarticle Shiro, the therapist Shiro has arrived. She did not explain the rules to me out of any sense of obligation. She just supported me, understanding the situation I'm in, and acted fairly. So things are back to normal now that the explanations are over. As a master, I'll just be a target to her now. Ellipses. But still, Tosaka said those words to me. Which ones? Yeah, Time 1 Shiro would have never caught that? Yeah, for sure. For Tosaka, everything that happened tonight is unnecessary. Which words specifically? I agree that she's got ulterior motives, but which words? Everything that happened tonight is unnecessary. It'd be troublesome if we stay together any longer. She's gonna say something like that. She should have left us alone from the beginning. Yeah, correct. The reason it's troublesome is because she doesn't want to grow any more attached to you than she's already grown. Tosaka's smart, so she should know that all too well. But still, she set aside all thoughts of loss or gain and helped me out. Tosaka in front of me is so different from the one at school. Even when I put it nicely, she's sour, cranky, unapproachable, and so different that I want to scream. And yet she still, you know, was nice enough to not just kill you right away.
Was that being nice or was that her boner talking?
It feels almost like a fraud. If it was just her boner, she probably wouldn't be so hard on to kill you. Or at least, not so hard on to turn into enemies right away. And look so happy when doing it. So there definitely is honor mixed in there, and niceness mixed in there. But yeah, fraud is definitely the right way to put it. Yet still, Tosaka Rin is just how everyone thought she was. If by everyone you mean Issei. Most people thought that, I mean, I guess you thought she was perfect. You wanted her to be that perfect version, but she's not. I see, Tosaka, you really are a good person. It's just like Issei said, how she's icky a person. I see, Tosaka, you're really a good person. Yeah, that's a fair conclusion to come to, because she could have just fucked him over from the start. Especially the fact that Archer was around this time. Huh? What are you saying all of a sudden? I won't go easy on you, you flatter me. I'm not so sure about that. If anything, this might make her want to go attack you even sooner, because this will frazzle her even more when you flatter her like this. I know that. She won't go easy on me, and that's why she said it'll be a bother if she feels empathy for me. I think we've already crossed that bridge, I'm gonna be honest. I know, but I don't want to be enemies with you if I can help it. I like people like you. Oh, that's really gonna send her. This timeline Shiro sees the real Ren, sees all the flaws, but still recognizes she's a morally good person. Uh-huh. Yeah. Even though there is flaws, she's still a good person despite them. And he recognized that immediately because he knew already from the other timeline, or because he's just smarter to the draw. Or both. It could be both. We could always just have it be a combination of both. I like people like you. I like tsunderes. What? Alright, that's really gonna... If it wasn't for the fact that Berserker interrupted right now, I really do think that she might have gone over the edge and said, "Oh, we're fighting right here! My emotions can't take this!" Tosaka falls silent for some reason. The silent suburbs. The church at the top of the hill and the silence of the foreigner cemetery feels surprisingly warm. Anyway, just run to the church if your servant ever gets killed. And you do, at least your life will be safe. Oh, that big blush. But yeah. It makes sense that Shiro would like her. Because, you know, she puts on the facade, but even despite the icky truths, she still tries to do nice things, which fits in with Shiro and how he's sort of hated himself for a while. And it's showing that even if you have the badness, you can still be a good person? I don't know if I can know. I mean, Timeline 1 would have idolized the Rin, but Timeline would have idolized the perfect Rin. But Timeline 2 Shiro, it makes more sense, especially for him to like the true Rin, whereas he was more reticent in Timeline 1, I feel, to accepting that he likes this Rin. That sounds about right. If you do, at least your life will be safe. I don't like it, but still, I'll take that advice. It won't happen, though. No matter how I look at it, I'll die before Saber does. Phew. Tosaka reacts strangely once again. She fuse about that? What, because she likes the idea of Shiro dying early? What, to get it off her mind? After laying aside, she glanced at Saber. She's very conflicted, clearly. She's like, oh, she gets complimented, so make sure that you go to the temple, but also phew at the idea of him dying first. Alright, I won't give you any more warnings, because that'd be really soft. Just be careful, even though Saber is strong, it won't matter if her master gets killed. She turns her back and starts walking. But as if she's seen a ghost, her feet stopped in their tracks. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's just because Shiro. Maybe instead the way I think there was a bit of a difference in the conversation, even beyond just Shiro being smarter. I think Rin, the way she started it was different. Maybe I'm wrong, but if it was different, I think it stems more from the fact that Shiro did save Rin with the command spell, which means she has more of a chance for her feelings to get oogly boogly. Her feet stop dead in their tracks. Have you finished talking? A youthful voice echoes through the night. The melodic tone is unmistakably that of a young girl. My vision is drawn to the top of the hill. There. I don't know when the clouds part, but a brilliant moon is now shining in the sky. The shadow is long and grotesque like a devil in a picture book. In this gloomy town of shadowy pictures stands a figure that should not be there. Bazaka. Berserker. Tozaka mumbles a word I'm not accustomed to hearing. Even though I don't know what she means, I can feel the giant's dreadfulness all too well. That thing is not human, then if it is one of the beings called servants, just like Saber. There's best girl. Good evening, Oni-chan. It's the second time we've met like this. The girl smiles as she says this. That innocence sends a chill down my spine. The girl looks so out of place next to the thing behind her, it feels like I am dreaming. Dash, dash, dash. I think the reason why Shiro is able to notice all those small things more easily about Rin's true self, because he knows the fact that she saved his life. That's also very true. If she knows that she saved him, then he also knows that she's lying about, oh, I have to repay him. Or, So it's not just about paying a debt, for sure. If it was just about paying a debt, then there's an argument to be made that that is sort of just gross. But it's clearly not, so it makes her more nice, debatably, if it's not just her penis talking. Dash, dash, dash. No, chill is an understatement. Not just my body, but my mind is frozen as well. That thing is a monster. I'm not even staring at it, but its mere presence roots me to the spot. I'm surprised. He surpasses Saber in raw power. Tosaka glares at that monster above her, clicking her tongue. In her, I see despair and the spirit to not lose to it. Archer, this isn't an enemy that can be beaten head on. You should fight it in your unique style. Archery! That's unique style! She murmurs this quietly. The knight without form replies to her. Understood, but what about your defense? You cannot defend against this charge. There are 3 of us. We can manage if all we need to do is defend. I mean, Saber can at least defend well enough. He must have nodded to her words. The presence behind Tosaka vanished instantly. I wonder if Archer's the kind of person that thinks about, I can take Saber out at the same time, at that moment, or if he thinks about it later on the fly. If he thinks about it on the fly, then he's more like Rin, the reactive type. But with his cynical nature, he probably was thinking about it all the way from the beginning. Emiya-kun, you choose whether to run or fight. But if you can, try to run away. But I mustn't run away. No. Are you done? Can I start now? The girl laughs playfully. She curtsies in a manner quite out of place in such a situation. Nice to meet you, Rin. I am Ilya. You should figure out if I make that Ilias Veal von Einsburn. Einsburn! Tosaka's body stiffens, apparently recognizing that name. Perhaps she liked Tosaka's reaction as the girl smiles happily, and then... Then I'll kill you now. Go ahead, Berserker. Archer's mind. If Rin won't take care of them, I'll just accidentally blow them up. She orders the strange shape behind her, as if she's singing. Massive form flies through the air. In one bound, the thing called Berserker crosses the dozens of meters from the top of the hill. Shiro, stay back. I really am such a fan of slight divergences like this, like how Shiro saving Archer so that he's not wounded means he takes a stance in this fight, which means this fight plays out a good bit differently. I love it when you can see the through line of where the changes came from in alternate timelines like this, especially when it creates such big changes. I'm a really big fan of that in altering timelines in games like this. Love it. Excited to see what more differences produce in the future and how you can draw them back. Oops, I accidentally shot all those arrows at you. In the moonlight, bullets rain on the descending giant like shooting stars. But again, this does make me wonder about the theoretical timeline 3, because this stuff feels like stuff that there's an A or a B. Like, either he used his command spell or he didn't. Either Archer got wounded or he didn't. So I feel like unless there's a bigger change earlier on, I'm not sure what timeline 3 is going to do to differentiate, unless it just stays the same for longer, but that would feel more tedious to read through. I mean, I guess you don't have to, you can just find the spot you're able to load up, but it would feel like less of a whole story if they're going to be starting the changes so later on. So I think there's going to be a bigger difference earlier on in timeline 3, given that these seem to be A and B conditions. You were in the battle, 285 arrows. You weren't even in the battle? Oh, that means 286. Most likely timeline 3 seems to be kill Archer. I don't know. That seems weird. If this is like the... Unless the plot twist is that Archer is just a bad guy who's bad and we don't like him. Which I don't think is the case. But if it is, then sure. But if it isn't, then I find that unlikely. Because if this is the Rin timeline, when we get close to Rin, we'd probably also find out stuff about Archer, assumedly. I mean, that's what we would do. We'd find out stuff about Archer, about how he's a bad guy. But if we like Rin, unless the conclusion we come to, the healthy conclusion we come to, is that Archer and even Rin's presence as a Master in the War is an obstacle, and it's better to just kill Archer immediately, I guess I can see that. But that's like so... I don't know. That's so heartless to Archer. And that makes Archer less of a... Like, unless Archer himself is, like, an enigma in this war who maybe never, like, once he understands, doesn't even want to be here. Like, he thinks maybe his final wish revelation is that, oh, I never should have existed, or I shouldn't be like this. Then that would corroborate the idea that Timeline 3, they just mark Archer right away. But Timeline 3, Shinji wins, of course. Yes. Archer is actually Satan, obviously. No! They have extreme accuracy. Coffee shop AU. Oh boy. Oh no, not coffee shop, but the work Shiro does with Neko-chan. Yes, Neko-san is timeline 3. The silver lights that are shooting through the giants are indeed arrows. No, the word arrow is an understatement. It's like a barrage from a machine gun. Each shot could pierce through rocks. 8 shots of that. Oh, you can count the number of shots? Again, his good vision. It should be able to mow down houses, but... No way, it's not doing anything? It's doing something. Has no effect on the giant. It slows him down for sure. The two swords clash. I know, I've never watched Cheers, actually. Thank you for asking. The giant sword of Berserker who came down through a rain of arrows. And the sword of Saber who ran to his landing spot. The two blades spark on contact. Timeline 3, Rin summons Saber, Shiro summons Archer. Now that could be interesting. The swords clash. Even though she's overpowered by Berserker's attack, Saber does not yield. Nice war sound effect. Silver lights run through the darkness. How much magical energy is in that small body of hers? Even though Saber is obviously weaker, she's proving to be a match against Berserker. She blocks, parries, and faces the assault of that giant sword head-on. Dash. I must not be the only one who's odd. The master of that giant and the one standing next to me, Tosaka, are also fascinated by Saber's figure. Man, Saber really is best servant. Or, wow, Saber really is hotter than me. Thanks, Rin and Ilya. Archer, back her up! In response to her voice, a silver light is fired out. Archer's probably being tactical a little bit. The silver light strikes the giant right in his temple. He's probably being tactical to slow down Archer, but not slow him down too much, because he doesn't want Saber to straight out win. He's probably trying to lead them in the direction where they're both kind of tuckered out and they can kill them in one strike, is likely his plan. Timeline 4. Wait, what happened to Timeline 3? No, we skipped it. Nobody likes Timeline 3. Didn't Ilya say in the first timeline that she wasn't using Madness before the castle fight? I mean, I guess Berserker is just that strong. Ilya goes to jail for sexual harassment. Ilya goes to jail. Isn't Shiro the older one? Isn't he the one who would have problems in that situation? I mean, if Shiro's not technically 18, maybe it's okay. I don't think Shiro's 18, because they're like second year? No, they're third year. I don't know if I can remember ages. No, they are third year. Aren't they third year? Yeah, because Sakura's second year. Shiro is third year, but like they're early third year, so he could still be 17 and not legally 18. I don't even know if that matters in Japan. Their age might be different. Anyways, a silver light strikes the giant right in his temple. Looks at Ilya tying Shiro to a chair. What are you talking about? That's just foreplay. The arrow that came flying through the air is as powerful as a tank shell. No matter what this giant may be, he has to do take some damage from that. Got him! Saber slashes with her invisible sword right after the shot connects, but her attack is countered by a huge blow and Saber is flung away. Oh no! Gah! Saber slides across the asphalt. He said ass. A black whirlwind runs in pursuit and silver lights come flashing down to intercept him. But they have no effect. They have an effect. Stop downplaying Archer. I know you don't like him very much, but geez. The 3 arrows hit the giant square in his forehead, but simply disappear. What he said. The giant does not stop. Saber blocks the giant blade with her own. Saber! My scream is meaningless. As Saber blocks Berserker's sword head on, she is flung away like a ball, and she falls to the ground. Is she dizzy? Saber has her knees in the ground and does not move. This is it. Smash her, Berserker. The girl's voice echoes. The black giant charges at Saber with a brutal spade. Keep firing, Archer. Dosaka starts running as she screams. She must intend to help Saber. She runs up the hill while taking out something that looks like a rock. I mean, we know for sure that full power Archer can get past Berserker's skin. Your theory about Archer not trying hard enough may be right. Yeah. I mean, I think Archer's just straight up better than Berserker, to be honest. I think, yeah, he does want to take them both out at once, so he's sort of doing it on purpose. We know he has the power to take out Berserker multiple times over, even in a weakened state, theoretically. So, yeah. I think he was waiting the whole time. I think that was his plan. He's very tactical. And this is the betterest way to win the war, in theory. Even though, unfortunately, Saber steps out of the way, and Berserker's a dirty cheater who lives even when he dies. Gooch anvuze verbaderber! Apologize to any Germans watching. Tosaka scatters obsidian jewels in the sky. And numerous silver lights come flying from the heavens. Shiro and Kirei already had their date, yeah. Even with that, Berserker's charge does not stop. What a monster! I finally understand how absurd he is. That giant isn't just strong. He must be protected by some law of immortality created from abnormal amounts of magical energy. Sure, you know, it's just a normal thing. Good, ignore the annoying ones. Archer and Rin shouldn't be able to get past your noble phantasm. The girl's voice rings out. The giant sword is swung. And Saber bravely blocks it with her sword and is flung away once again. Still definitely doing much better than in Timeline 1, though. Those arrow backup from Archer really is helping. She flies dozens of meters. Saber flies through the air like a pitcher's football and plows into the open terrain off the road. Dash, dash. She must be dead. Once is bad enough. But she can't be okay after receiving such a blow twice. I was like, she died once, that's bad enough. No, that was you, Shiro. You're the one who died once. The black whirlwind moves. Pretty roar. The match is already decided, but he's not done yet. The giant called Berserker roars and charges onto the open land. Dash, dash, dash. She'll die. Even if Saber's still alive, she'll surely die now. And as long as I'm here, I'll surely die as well. Oh, wait, do we get a choice? I don't remember. If you can, try to run away. One who said that isn't here. Tosaka went after Berserker. This whole scene is just Saber being, all according to Keikaiku, as well with her being flinged to a better position. Yeah, she was controlling the situation, but she was able to control the situation because of Archer's backup. She must intend to keep fighting against this monster that is unscathed by all those attacks. Dash. I stay here, follow them, do as Tosaka said. What did I choose last time? Let me actually check. Well, I mean, I don't need to check necessarily, but if I go back, I would have had some saves around here. Yeah, right here. First unlimited choice. Yeah. So it looks like I got it right, I would assume. Because, yeah, there was another choice when we got into the battle. That's right. Shiro had to come in and... Shiro had to help Saber out of the way, because otherwise, what, Saber gets killed by Archer? I think I chose right both times, so I didn't end up seeing any kind of bad ending. I want to say that that is a correct fact. What happened last time? I know what happened last time. I didn't get a bad ending, and that means I did it right? There's probably is some bad endings to get from here, but I didn't get them last time, and I want to try to be legitimate. I want to be legitimate if I can and consider this all my first playthrough. I don't want to go out of my way to look for Taiga dojos until I've cleared the playthrough. That's kind of my mentality. As much as I love Taiga dojos, I'm pretty sure I know the flow of the fight from last time. I ended up following them because I know that even though, running away is smart or whatever, I also know that Shiro actually can be competent in a fight, and Shiro and Saber are stronger together, at least in the timeline 1, that proved to be true. So following them, I believe that's why I chose that. But also, in hindsight, I know Archer's planning some sneaky stuff, so I have to follow them. Or, like, Saber probably dies off screen, and I don't know what bad stuff happens. It would definitely be a Tiger Dojo. I have to follow them. Yes, I was right. Unless, of course, yeah. I'm assuming the others are Tiger Dojos, and I definitely want to see them, but my mindset is try to be legitimate on the first time through. I don't want to go out of my way to find the deaths. Try to act like I'm in the universe. What do I think would actually be the best scenario? Dash. I know I won't be able to do something even if I do go. But still, I still feel her hand or mine. If Saber dies, maybe Archer just snipes Shiro. Maybe that's the bad ending. Finally killed by Archer? Something he's wanted all along. I told her we'll try our best. She shook the hand I held out. Aw, that's cute. Even though it's not necessarily the Saber path, there's still the connection. Nice. So, man, there's nothing else I can do. I'll be killed if I go up the hill after that giant. My body is trembling from that fact, but I suppress it and run up the slope. I think part of my other mentality was also, well, Rin's going up there too. So, I mean, she's going to be in just as much danger, so we'll sort of help each other out, in theory. But I think the bigger part of why I chose that initially was that Shiro and Saber definitely seem to be better when they're together. At least that's very much true in Timeline 1. And I don't think that's entirely because of the sabersexual, because even after they let that die in the end, they're still, well, no, in theory, when they let that die in the end, they actually go to fight separately in the final battle. So that sort of shoots that idea in the, anyways, I'm sure I gave a whole reasoning last time. I just remember choosing it this time, so I don't need to give my reasoning again. I don't need full logic. Saber. I run into the open land. And then the scenery there is totally unexpected. It also seems true in Timeline 2 due to Shiro saving Saber later on. Sure. It's good for them to still have a strong connection, even if it's not necessarily a romance connection. Gravestones are flying around. Every time the giant swings his sword, the heavy gravestones are split in two. In the midst of it, a knight bravely runs through the storm of gravestones. So many people who have to not rest in peace anymore. The axe sword rages around. They have to rest in pieces now. The gravestones are flung aside. In the chaos, Saber is fighting Berserker with more power than before. Dash. Right, and she's winning in this fight now because Berserker has to waste too much energy swinging at the gravestones, where Saber can agilely just dodge out of the way. Yeah. Their positions are reversed here. The advantage belongs to someone with a small body like Saber. Berserker is hindered by obstacles, and Saber acts as if there's nothing in her way. I'm sure that hindrance to this degree is only trivial for Berserker, but it's more than nothing. It's only a slight difference, but that slight difference is tipping the scale the other way now. This way, you'll get hit if you're there. Rin? Huh? Whoa. What are you thinking? I told you to run away, right? Or did you not hear me? Yeah, well, you didn't run away either, so, baka. She's really angry. I heard you, but I can't just run away, right? What? How could you reach that conclusion? Can't you tell that you only be a bother to us since you can't fight? I mean, how good can you fight? You're not fighting either. If you were planning to fight Ilya, you haven't yet. It can't be helped if you die trying to make a difference, but it'd be meaningless if you die doing nothing. That's fair, but that's almost the exact logic Shiro tried to use on himself in Timeline 1. I shouldn't die doing nothing, but I should try dying to make a difference. Now, it's her hormones acting up. She doesn't want Shiro to be close because even though she thinks, oh, I'm competent in a fight, Shiro's not. He needs to get away. He could die. Even though him dying, she shouldn't care, but she cares. I don't know why, but Tosaka is seriously angry. Even though I'm getting yelled at, I don't feel bad for some reason. Is that something you should get mad about? It shouldn't matter to you if I die meaninglessly or not. There's Timeline 2 Shiro being all smarticle. It does matter. I told you I'd let you go for all of today, so it'll trouble me if you don't go home safely. What a bullshit excuse. Ellipses. I'm confused even more now. Tosaka sure had a different face on at school. Geez, anyway, you're not hurt, so run away right now. That Iliasville girl intends to kill us all. I know that, but I can't run away. Saber's fighting, so I can't run away by myself. That's a line for someone who can make a difference. You'll just die a meaningless death, as you can't do anything to support her. Look, I don't know if I've realized my own powers yet, but I do have them. I got my vision, and I got my sword birth. They're pretty good. This is your last warning. Just run away. That can't be true. There should be something I can do as long as I'm alive. And besides, are you going to ask someone to do something that you can't do? Yeah, Rin, what are you doing? Dash. Tosaka looks at me with a serious expression. Maybe you're finally dropping the hormones and realizing how serious he is about his part in the war? You're right. I'm the shameless one for asking you to do something I can't do. There we go. She looks away. Well, I don't think there's a need to run away. I don't think Saber will lose now. Tosaka takes a peek from behind the tree. Their battle is continuing without change. Berserker's attacks smash through empty space and only destroys surroundings. Between the attacks, within the swirling whirlwind and flying clods, within the rain of broken gravestones, Saber rushes in without even dirtying her armor and attacks Berserker. Ellipses. It is a divine work of utmost excellence. My fear has disappeared, seeing the battle that is totally impossible for mere humans. Instead, I am fascinated. I could not believe I was in the Holy Grail War this Holy Grail War thingamajigger. And I also had some uneasiness. But all of it is blown away when I see her. Dancing swords. It would make sense that she calms him down, even without the saber-sexualness, because they still had a close relationship, even ignoring all that. Then the whirlwind of fatal destruction, the knight challenges the enemy without hesitation. It makes me wonder, though, like, are they all going to end bad? Because, like, it's just weird, because Shiro doesn't even have, like, the happy ending necessarily with Saber. So, in the Rin pathway, does he have a happy Rin ending? Or does that end up being fucked up with the whole resolution being, no, this isn't healthy either. So that Timeline 3 is, let's say, Sakura, I don't know. And is that the only true happy ending? I don't know. Just, I don't know, like, on the one hand, it's like, oh, that would be a little unfair for Sakura. But on the other hand, if Rin gets the happy ending, and then, let's say, Sakura gets the happy ending, theoretically, Saber's the only one who doesn't get the happy ending, and that's unfair for Saber, which I've already talked about, but... It's funny how Saber seems way more competent when it ain't her timeline. It's Archer. He's doing more than Shiro is realizing. But, yeah, it does make her out as much more competent, for sure. That challenges the enemy without hesitation. Maybe the sea made me accept everything. And to be fair, I think she's less inclined to be a Shiro-sexual if Shiro himself isn't a Saber-sexual. He was definitely the one that instigated, and she only eventually succumbed to his prodding, so... It makes sense she'd be more competent when not after having to worry about the emotions running through her mind. Granted, I don't know if they really were this early, but still. This scene made me accept everything. No matter what may fall upon us in the future, I will be able to match even a fierce god if I have Saber with me. Ooh. I thought so. It was strange, but she blocked Berserker's sword on purpose. Tosaka murmurs without emotion. I mean, she's got a bit of a blushy, a bit of some red stuff on her face. That seems a little emotional. Was that to lure Berserker here? Strategy. It's suicidal to fight. Berserker in a place without cover. That's why Saber chose this place as the battleground. I mean... Oh, I see. So Shiro asked, Ren answered. That would make more sense. Despite the fact Shiro's smarter, I don't think he's that smart, or at least not smart enough to say it out loud and act like Ren doesn't know. Suicidal to fight Berserker in a place without cover. That's why Saber chose this place as the battleground. She did it naturally, too. She got Berserker away from you. All the while she pretended to be cornered. I mean, Shiro had some problems dealing with Gil, even with Saber. But, you know, I mean, he dealt with Kirei. Kirei's pretty strong. Dash. To be honest, I don't think any masters are going to be able to match Kirei or... Servants is a different story, of course, but I don't think any masters can really match Kirei or Shiro when he knows what he's doing. Or is trying really hard. Then again, I don't know if we know all the masters, but, you know, even Ilya and Rin I don't think are quite on that level. Kirei has the experience and he's much older, and Shiro's just super awesome, alter ego, amazing secretly. Dash. Then, Saber must have determined that this place was a suitable battlefield when we were walking down the hill. Nice! But you can't expect backup in battle like this. But, I mean, in this case, he has it. She has it because of Archer. Although it's not the best backup when he tries to snipe both of them. Saber must have determined that this place was suitable when we were walking down. Always thinking about the fight. Makes sense. You didn't even mention Shinji? I mean, are you kidding me? You think Shinji would even be a match at all for Shiro if he was actually fully trying? Not a chance! Shinji's not that good. No way. I was gonna say, like, Rin I think is probably better than Shinji for sure, but I don't even think Rin compares. Ilya definitely is probably better than Shinji, but I don't think... I mean, I don't know how much fighting Ilya does without Berserker, but she's definitely still strong. But I don't necessarily think she could necessarily match if Shiro's really trying. Although that's maybe the one that I'd debate. Ilya's probably 3rd place. Granted, there's 2 unknown masters, but I'd probably rank Shinji 5th place. Yeah, Shinji 5th place. Rin 4th place. Maybe that's a little mean to Rin, but I don't know. I'm gonna say it. Ilya 3rd place, and then Shiro, probably Shiro 2nd, Kirei 1st. I think Shiro won because he caught Kirei off guard with something Kirei was totally not expecting. Debatably, Shiro could be higher, though, if he used his full potential. I mean, I think if he used his full potential, he'd definitely be higher, but it's because he doesn't have his full potential that I'm ranking it that way. Rin killed the demigod Tosaka. I mean, she killed him once, with a lot of help. You can't expect backup in a battle like this. Our enemy is a monster that even nullifies Archer's arrows. Not completely. Backup was meaningless from the start. It was not meaningless. Have you seen Timeline 1? Saber got her ass kicked a lot more. Tosaka murmurs as she watches the battle between Saber and Berserker. I admit, though, in such a situation, I would probably think it's meaningless too from her position, but as I've seen the other timeline, I can know the little differences that those few arrows did make. It was slight, but it mattered. Archer's arrows. But those words catch my attention. Archer isn't here. No, he's planning something. I bet he's been planning from the start. If he really is an archer, he should not fight hand-to-hand, but... She got him! Tosaka snaps her fingers. Just she said Saber's sword must have hit Berserker. Oh, she said that. Well, whatever. Who cares? Or he must have lost his footing. Berserker's body, holding firm until now, loses its balance. Uh-oh. The beast lashes out desperately. Saber dodges it by jumping back and holds her sword with both hands. This is it. Also, Shiro, you just called it a sword, even though technically I don't know if she's called it a sword yet in front of you. No, she hasn't, I don't think. As his desperate attack is dodged, Berserker loses his balance even more. Oh, the music stopped for a bit. Maybe this is like, again, Shiro honing in on the back. I don't know if this happened at all in Timeline 1. Beyond interludes, which isn't really an interlude, but this whole music stopping for Shiro to assess the situation. Like sometimes the music would become deafened to focus, but I don't know if it's raw stopped like this. Herc has a lot of power, but his raw technique is nothing compared to Saber in his insane state. Nothing compared to Saber in his insane state? Oh, for the technique, yeah. You used raw and technique together, which is weird. Raw technique? I think raw power and technique. I wouldn't say raw technique. I guess it's fine. And Saber bends her knees to charge him with all her power. Yeah, the time is stopping for him to assess the situation. I don't think this is a coincidence. Because this is when he's noticing Archer, and it's like, oh my gosh, Metal Gear! Right then. Archer, what do you mean, get away? I noticed Tosaka's confused voice, and sensed an intent to kill aimed from a faraway place. And you see him from super far away. You're able to focus instantly. Dash. You're even able to see him smile. Wait, we're seeing him from the wrong perspective. If he can see him smile, that means we're getting a wrong look at this. But yeah, UBW gives us a look at what it actually looks like for him to use a bow and arrow. Never saw him do it in the first timeline. Dash. Behind me. I see the knight in red standing on a rooftop hundreds of meters away, readying his bow. Perfectly normal for me to see him like this. Totally. There's nothing special about this. Dash. It's either nausea or chill. He's readying a bow. A bow that's no different from before. It cannot even scratch Berserker, even with a direct hit. So there's no need to feel any threat from it. Dash. I feel a chill. What he is readying is his bow is not an arrow, but something completely different. And his intent to kill isn't just directed at Berserker. Save. Act instantly. Do I need to take another save? I guess. I guess I'm technically calling this my pathway, not this one. So, sure. Re-Saber. Why not? Call back Saber, bring back Saber. Oh, fuck. What's the difference? Hold on. I think the correct answer is bring back Saber, because if I just call, she might ignore me. I think I remember getting mad about this choice, because it seemed like the same thing. But I think what I decided on is I have to bring her back. If I try to call her back, I'm probably too slow. So I think I chose bring. If I didn't, well, we're going to get a Taiga Dojo, I guess. Saber! Before I realize it, I'm running out for my cover. And I should be okay because of Avalon, you know, if anything, I'm more okay than Saber? Debatable. Hold on! I run at full speed towards Saber. Shiro! Saber sees me and stops her attack on Berserker. I can make it! I can feel the danger coming up behind me. Why did you come out? I ignore her, run to her at full speed, and grab her arm. Are you insane, Master? We'll talk later. Just come this way. I grab Saber in my arms and jump away. The arrow is released. Archer's arrows have not had any effect so far. The black giant ignores it as if saying it is not worth blocking. But at that moment... You're underestimating that arrow, buddy. That roar, man. You're underestimating. That was an underestimating roar. The black giant turns his back to us and attacks the arrow coming at him with all his might. Aha, that's his premonition sense, because he's got one too. just like Saber. So even though he was ignoring it, he's like, wait, no, I shouldn't ignore that. In that instant, all sound is lost. And yet that's when sound returns. Because sound was lost for a while, Shiro. Dash. I throw myself on top of Saber and brace myself. Maybe I've gone deaf as I can't hear anything. And now's when the hearings come back for us, the reader, though. All I can feel is the heart burning my skin, the shaking the ground. It was like time slowed for him while he was assessing the situation. Feels like another one of his superpowers is slowing time during intense moments. Yeah, Herc lost at least one life. I forget, how many lives is he supposed to have? It's all arbitrary, because he loses several at once at the end, but at least in the first timeline it's arbitrary. How many is supposed to have? Somebody remind me. All I can feel is the heat burning my skin and the shaking of the ground. Many things go flying through the air, and a piece of something pierces my back.
But it's okay, Avalon will protect you.
Ugh. I grit my teeth and endure it. 12 lives. That sounds about right. Yeah, because it was something like, what? Archer took out, like, what, 6 of them or something? I want to say. And then Rin and Co. take out, like, 1 of them. And then they use Sword Birth to take out, like, the remaining 5 somehow. I grit my teeth and endure it. I think that sounds correct. The blinding light must have only lasted for an instant. I managed to survive the destruction. Whoa! Saber staring in astonishment. I don't know what happened. Archer's arrow. Raise the ceremony in an instant. Cemetery. There's a crater at the center of the explosion. Archers created that destruction. But the giant still exists in spite of such abolition. I believe the opening is coming up. I guess while I'm thinking about it, before I forget, let's turn the voices back on, why don't we? Bloop. Since we're just about at that part. Why do I keep doing that? Ugh. The giant still exists in spite of such abolition. Don't worry, I don't look at the openings. I'm not dumb. I'd never look at the openings. Renegade 67, not looking at openings for video games for at least the last 5 years. For anime, it's probably at least 8 years. Anyways, Berserker, he is unwounded even after taking a direct hit from a rank A noble phantasm. Also, no, first of all, he's not unwounded. Second of all, I'm doubtful that's rank A. That seems like rank S to me, I don't know. Or at least he's got several rank A noble phantasms. Or he was taking it easy on him if it's just rank A. It feels like rank S to me. Because I know, like, Saber, her Excalibur is rank S, right? I think so. I think that's true. Saber's voice is weak. Sparks are flying through the night air. The black giant is standing still in the fire, and everybody here watches the terrible spectacle without words. The crackling of the flames is the only sound present. Right when I start to think this might turn into a big fire... PTSD! Her Excalibur is rank A++. The only EX NP is... Oh yeah, Ea and Avalon. Oh, I thought it was S rank. I just assume above A is S. Okay. So there's A++. Oh, if that's the case, then... I think Archer's Noble Phantasm is at least A+. I don't think it's a measly A. I don't think he's necessarily EX, though. I just think he's got... The way he apparently did, like, 6 different killing blows on Berserker, supposedly. I think it was 6, something like that. Suggests to me either he has several Noble Phantasms that are all, like, A+ level, or he's got, like, one crazy awesome EX Noble Phantasm. But right when I start to think that this might turn into a big fire... Huh? Something rolls toward me with a noise. Right, the sword. Yeah, because he uses swords as his arrows, which again suggests a Shiro connection. This really suggests a Shiro connection. They're very similar, because, like, he's an archer, but also is fascinated by swords. He dreams about swords, he ends up working with Saber. This is Shiro, but then also Archer is the archer class, but also, he's decent with using those short swords in close range against Lancer, and he uses swords as his arrows when he wants to be really strong. really suggests the connection even beyond some other surface level stuff. It is an arrow. An arrow with a gorgeous hilt and a spiral blade. Even if it is a sword, it is an arrow if it is used as a projectile. Ooh, and this sparks something in you, Shiro? Dash, dash, dash. I don't know why it catches my attention so much. Because you fantasized about this sword in your dreams before? I don't know. You fantasized about swords, period. I don't know if you fantasized about this one. The arrow broken by Berserker disappears as if melting into the fire. It fades away like candy melting under heat. It makes me feel like vomiting for some reason. Because you are Archer from the future past? Or you just think about Archer tried to kill Berserker and Saber and that makes you vomit. I mean, that could be it too. You know, fans, crazy theories though. Shiro, that was... It was Archer's arrow. I don't know anything else about it. That's what makes me think maybe there is actually a crazy connection between Archer and Shiro. I don't know if Shiro's Archer from the future past, but otherwise he could have some crazy evil spirit inside of him that maybe is related to Archer. That's not impossible, right? Possibly. Because the way he says, I don't know anything else about it, feels like he's lying to himself. Like, he didn't have to say that. It's just, it's Archer's arrow, I think. I mean, I don't know. It feels like that's an extra step that doesn't need to be stated. And that feels to me like he's lying to himself more than anything. Maybe the crazy evil spirit is Archer. True, his Archer could be crazy evil and also the evil spirit inside him. Not impossible. I am doubting at the moment Archer is going to be a full-on villain. I think he's just going to be a cynic, like Kiritsugu. But maybe. It's not impossible. I raise my head to look at the distant Archer. Dash, dash, dash. I shouldn't be able to see him. Oh, you recognize that you shouldn't. You shouldn't have been able to see Rin earlier either. Or you shouldn't have been able to see in the dark in timeline number 1. I shouldn't be able to see him, but I do. He's smiling. He's smiling as if to tell me that he wasn't aiming just at Berserker. I mean, if the implication is that he recognizes that you can see him, I mean, he can see you for sure, but if the implication is that he recognizes that you can see him, then that definitely suggests some tomfuckery relationship between the two of you. Like, if he's giving a winky wink like, oh, I know you can see me, and yeah, it was on purpose, definitely that suggests a connection. That maybe Shiro doesn't know, but Archer knows. If he's not just smiling for the heck of it, and if he's actually smiling, you know, if Shiro's not reading too much into it. Damn him. And it flashed like the ley line for a second there, or whatever you want to call that. Like it flashed the magical flowing through his body, like it showed a green flash there, as if his magic is powering up or realizing something. Damn him. I feel a headache. The chill running down my back won't go away. Ooh, goody goody gumdrops. My spine is burning like it does when I fail to create a magic circuit. So something magical is whirling up inside of you? Shiro usually does the opposite. He doesn't read into things enough, lol. Timeline 2 Shiro seems to be smarticle, though. I believe in the smart Shiro. I have a better opinion of you, Rin. Your archer's pretty good. The girl's cheerful voice echoes through the air. Alright, come back, Berserker. I wanted to get the boring stuff over with first, but I've changed my mind. I don't know if you think of Saber as Berserker. Maybe she just wanted to kill Rin for now, but seeing Archer is interesting too. She's gonna take it back and be like, oh, Archer's fun too. I guess I'll save him for later as well. Possibly. It's also possible that on the inside she's kind of burning up. Well, she's usually bad about hiding her breakdowns. I guess because it's not as important of a moment, she's not breaking down. Like, in Timeline 1, you know, whenever something happens that she wasn't expecting, she breaks down like crazy. But in this particular case, because it was maybe only killed one of his lives, and it could have been much worse, she doesn't have a breakdown. Instead, it's like, okay, this is a fine way to learn what kind of servant this Archer is. I wanted to get the boarding stuff over with first, but I've changed my mind. The black shadow wavers. The giant starts to retreat through the fire. This also means, though, because you're running away after all this. This also does suggest, though, because Elia is running away without ever seeing me close to death, she might not be as willing to think of me as her Oni-chan. Because she was definitely came along to my side in Timeline 1, largely because she almost killed me, and then was slightly traumatized by it. That has not happened yet, which suggests she's going to view me still not in that light and still be gunning for me, which will probably change some events in future, I would assume. Feeling when being smarter weakens Shiro's relationship with Elia. I mean, Elia's best girl, oh no. I believe at the very least we'll get to see her have fun in Taiga dojos, so it's fine. We still need to get to the heart of some of her issues, like how Kiritsuga is her dad, so there's definitely still more to go, so I'm not worried. We're going to have more Elia time, I'm sure. I've changed my mind. I don't want Saber, but I'm interested in Archer now, so I'll let you live for a bit longer. The giant disappears. The girl giggles. Soreja. Goodbye. Let's play again, Oni-chan. Let's play again indeed. Saying this, she goes away. Ellipses. The unexpected disaster leaves. Tosaka must not intend to follow that giant in spite of what she said. Even I can tell the girl let us go. He's still got several more lives. Yay! So I don't think Tosaka will go and seek out such a reckless fight. Now I have to deal with a more active Ilya in Timeline 2. Yeah, in theory, that could be problematic. Shiro being smarter means he's smarter, but, you know, ripple effects, butterfly. It's fun to see how it can splinter. Shiro might be smarter, but he doesn't necessarily know about his Avalon, because he wouldn't, even if, you know, the inner stuff is the same, he doesn't necessarily have the memories of, oh yeah, I have Avalon, so, and if he's less of a Death Seeker now, if he's, like, post-character development and not a Death Seeker, he's less likely to intentionally, easily run into a situation where he's like, oh shit, I have this weird regeneration power. It will probably still come up anyways, but it's less easy because he's not, assuming it's post-Timeline 1 Shiro, he's not going to really be a Death Seeker. I don't think Tosaka will go out and seek such a reckless fight.
Master,
Master, I thank you for saving me. But can you let go of me now? You're not a saber-sexual in this timeline. We're not having dragon sex this time. I hear Saber's calm voice. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I managed to answer despite my throbbing head. I let Saber go, and when I stand up, I fall on my butt. Butt fall! What about his back? Oh, he got something splintered into his back. Oh, so we might actually find out about Avalon anyway, that's right. Maybe he gets something splintered, so he still gets to find out about it, even this quickly, and he may even stumble onto exactly what it is much sooner to help him strategize? Maybe. Shiro, you're back! Do you not feel well? What is wrong? I said things in reverse order. Saber sounds tense. I can't see Saber's face, probably because of my pounding headache. Saber supports me and puts her hand behind my back. Itai! I feel a sharp pain. Even though it's not as strong as my headache, there's a sharp pain running through my back. Right, something stabbed into my back. This is terrible. It's dangerous like this. Please hold still while I remove this piece. What do you mean by that? Saber! Oh, that's gonna hurt. Ellipses! Exclamation point. She doesn't hesitate. Saber forcefully pulls something out of the back. Ooh, it sounds like it hurts. You're rough! Well, you gotta rip the band-aid off, as they say. Or in this case, rip the sharp thing out to put a band-aid on. I try to control my breathing. I'm a magus, even though I may be an amateur. I can manage this pain. Ooh, that's the best part about turning the voice acting back on. Getting to hear Shiro's panting. Juicy. But this felt especially bad. If I had a wing on my back and it was pulled out, I'm sure that's what it would feel like. That sounds very ouchy.
傷が塞がっていく。なるほど。自身に対する治療法を備えていたのです。
Your wound is healing. I see. You had a way to heal yourself. Not intentionally, but maybe this means we'll get to the truth sooner? I mean, I guess it's weird that Saber never realized it at all in the first timeline, or it took her so long. Maybe because she was so focused on being a Shirosexual, or because Shiro was being a Sabersexual, it was messing with her mind when she wanted to reciprocate that she wasn't smart enough to think at what it could be. And maybe in this timeline that she'll have her head more in the game and less in the gutter. That she'll realize sooner, and so I'll get to realize sooner? Possibly. I see. You had a way to heal yourself. Sighing with relief, Saber says something strange. Question mark ellipses? A way to heal myself? I shouldn't be able to use such difficult magic.
Emiya-kun, 無事?
Are you alright, Emiya-kun? Tosaka comes to us. I raise my hand to tell her I'm alright.
そう。なら私たちも行きましょう。これだけ派手にやったんだから、騒ぎを聞きつけて人が来るわ。
I see, then let's go. People might come here with all the commotion we've caused. Intro's got to be any second, right? I thought it was sooner. I thought it was as Berserker was walking away from the fire. Unless I skipped it because I've already seen it once. I don't think that's true. I'm going to stop at the end of the scene regardless. Tosaka runs out of the cemetery, her long hair fluttering behind her, but I believe the end of the scene is the intro. I just thought it was sooner for some reason. Her long hair fluttering behind her. Dash, dash, dash. When I plant a foot to follow after her. Oh, this is when you fall unconscious or something? My vision suddenly goes wide.
Master!
So he should have been okay. He should have been recovering. So I don't think it's the wound doing this. I think it's the archer messing with his head, or maybe causing him some weird spirit reminiscence. I don't know. I feel someone support me as I start to fall. But the feeling fades as all my senses go away. And intro. What's left is throbbing within me. And intro. What's irritating me? And what am I so concerned about? The fact the intro is about to happen? Oh, there's the headache. That's true. Yeah, the headache is... the piercing pain should be worse than the headache, but it's not. So... what am I so concerned about indeed? I'm about to fall unconscious, but my head continues to throb. Oh, it's a double pain, though. It's the back pain and the head pain. The double whammy is going to knock you out, yeah. Now, intro. We did it! Yay! Clap! Alright, I'm not looking. We finally made it to new We finally made it to new content. Good thing we have one more stream tomorrow. Yay. Yeah. Alright, actually, this is Unlimited Playworks for 1 day 3. Cool. This is exactly where we're going to stop. Because I do have to pee. I've been bad about that recently. Like, I'm like, oh, I'll stop soon. I really should do a third break. Because I end up having to be on the verge of peeing 3 times in a row in these streams. I don't know. Unlimited pee works. Okay, so, save. So, yes, I am going to stop here. I'll continue this tomorrow. Completely new content, yes, because I'm done with my refresher, essentially. And I'm very excited because I love the timeline, when a timeline splits and you can see what causes the change, like Archer not getting fucked up versus getting fucked up causes that Berserker fight to change so differently, and that's going to cause Elia to maybe not get emotionally traumatized seeing Shiro get fucked up, which might change how she acts later on, and I love when you can see the through lines and it ends up making things so different. So I'm excited. We will continue this tomorrow for a bit. Shorter stream because it's a Friday. Monday, Friday are shorter. And, yeah, so Wise was more or less right. Recap week, but it's fine. I don't mind. Anyways, video's over. Hooray. Cool. Yay, yay. Still don't have an outro phrase.